What's going on, guys? How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Sunday evening. It took us a while, but we are at it. Final table action, Best Bet Live coming your way. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by card room manager at our Best Bet Orange Park location, Mike Kruger, joining us. Mike, how you doing, man?
I'm excited for this final table, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're about ready to get things going. Real quick, let's go ahead and show you before we start up. Here are the chip stacks. You see Kelly Joe is the leader at the final table. 3.19 mil for him. Tamer second, Major third. But yeah, all the chips counts there as we have finally got to our final 9 for the final table here of our Summer Swing main event.
We got a hand right out of the gate with Corey Major waking up with ace queen under the gun +1.
115, C6.
So he does bump it up to 115,000, just over a bin click.
And it doesn't seem like anyone really has anything right now at the moment to battle with Major. And it looks like Major's potentially going to take this first one down, depending on what he does. Yeah, he does let it go. And Major will take down the blinds for this first hand. Yeah, we are at this level, 25,000 small blind, 50,000 big blind, 50,000 ante is in play as well. So this is where we're at as far as the levels for this table. And then here's a quick look at the payouts. This is what they're playing for. $49,853 up top for first place. Over $250,000 in the prize pool. More than doubled our 100K guarantee that we had for this main event. So pretty awesome stuff, to say the least, when it comes to what these guys, and gal, by the way, are playing for here on this final table.
Overall, pretty great turnout on all the series events. More than doubled the guarantees overall across the 4 different weekends. We're going to see probably a little bit of some tight play early of a couple of short stacks, and the paid jumps start adding up quick.
Yeah, I want to say Nick Myers is the one that entered with the shortest stack to this final table. We do play our final table 9-handed. That's why you see Tamer there in the 5 seat.
And Tamer did come in second in chips, so having position on hang here, we could see him probably trying to take advantage of that dynamic. And that's a great flop for Tamer's actual hand. He bumped it up in position after hang completed from the small. Imagine we'll see a continuation bet from Tamer here. Does go 80K. And hang's going to have to lay it down. So Tamer did come in second in chips. Corey Major, directly on his left, came in third in chips. And then Kelly Joe, the chip leader, over in the 9 seat. So it'll be interesting to see if Corey tries to use his position on Tamer.
Yeah, by the way, I think this is our third final table this year that we've had on the live stream where Kelly Joe was part of the final table. Obviously very accomplished when it comes to tournament play. Likes to mix it up. And he is the personality.
Yeah, for anybody unaware, he took down our event 1 in January of this year for 40K. Pretty sure he won it outright, no chop. So he's a guy that'll play for first, and he'll probably use that chip stack he has to his advantage.
All right,
here we saw Nick open shove an ace-7 for about 10 big blinds. Pretty standard open shove. Interesting spot for Michael. Having a 23 big blind stack. Tough to risk 10 big blinds with all the players behind.
Looks like it's folding through. So yeah, Nick will just go collect the blinds in the ante, and we'll just keep it going. As you mentioned earlier, Mike, yeah, it's going to be some tight play to begin with here too, especially what's up for grabs. We did flash the 9th place payout as well, which is a little over 4,500. I want to say it's like 4,604, something like that to be exact.
9th place is 49.85.
49.85, yeah. So when you look at that, and then the 8th place payout is almost a 2K jump, 6,301 for 8th place. A little bit less than that, actually, about 1,300. Still, it's a pretty significant jump.
Yeah, and a lot of players came in pretty close in chips. So, easy to kind of feel it out, see who wants to take some of the aggressor actions. I'm assuming we're going to see Kelly Joe really open up when he's in position. This final table started with him starting out in mid-position, plus Corey opened from under the gun, which is pretty strong. So as the button gets around to Kelly, I'm sure we'll see him use his chip stack to his advantage with the players behind. Here we see Corey bump it up out of the small blind with King 5 suited. Made it 2.5 blinds. Really kind of puts Nick to an all-in or fold kind of spot, given his chip stack, and he has to lay it down. Yeah, really good spot for Corey in the small blind to open. Nick, one of the shorter stacks. Corey with a little bit of chips. He can put the pressure on those guys. And potentially Gal in this next hand. We'll see how it happens.
Yeah, we do appreciate you guys hanging out with us, by the way. Appreciate you guys joining us as we get final table action going here. It took us a little longer than what we thought as far as getting the final table going, but we are here now.
Yeah, this main event had a pretty good structure to it. I know day one's played a little bit longer, and now day two played a little bit longer just because players were deeper, a little bit more room for play, longer levels.
Had 529 entries in our main event.
Yeah, we see Hang have to lay down a small pair from the hijack. He's got both Tamer and Corey. Again, they came in second and third in chips right behind him. So, and there's Nick with the 3-bet shove of ace-9 out of the small blind. I think once we see the count, can't imagine Jason's going to fold for a 10-blind shove. It's not the most comfortable spot to be in for sure when you're only 24 blinds deep. I think once he thinks it through, it's probably going to put the chips in.
Oh, side note on Jason, he was a short stack for quite a bit during our final day. But he's been able to run himself up and be able to make this final table, but he had to battle for quite a bit. Oh, he does let it go. Jason's going to make the tight fold,
but he's got that awkward chip stack of, you know, low 20 big blinds. I think we're going to see a little bit of trepidation from a few players. Guy like Jason, at least what I could find online, not a ton of major cashes, so he's not going to play as frivolously as maybe some other guys with experience like Kelly Joe and Tamer and Zheng Hang.
Yeah, quite a lot of local guys here on this table. Tamer, Hang, Major, obviously. Kelly Joe, although he's resides in South Carolina, does visit us quite a bit. Might as well be a local. And then Heather, HG, is a 2-5 cash player, making her first final table that I know of for the Best Bet Live series.
Really impressive run to the final table for her. I know she came into day two with about half average chip stack, so she had a lot of ground to make up in this day two to get to this point.
Raise 175, C4,
All right, so here's Hang going to go ahead and raise it up to 175.
Yeah, a little bit bigger sizing over a limp. Really wants to either isolate the limper or just take the folds around. He'll happily take this pot down uncontested with ace-4. But suited wheel ace, definitely a hand you want to play. And sure enough, Hang does take it down. Michael's got to let go of the ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, Kelly Joe, definitely another run good for him. Had a big double up as we were counting things down, as we were trying to get down to this final 9. Had a big double up from Brett.
Oh, something.
Pocket aces versus pocket kings, and aces held up.
I was wondering where Brett's chips went. He came in as the overall chip leader today, too, as well.
Yep.
So it looked like he was cruising to the final table.
Yeah, I got into a little trouble with that hand, which unfortunately, you know, nothing you could really do about that one.
No, especially with a guy like Kelly Joe who's not afraid to bluff. I mean, you get pocket kings against him, you're counting your blessings.
Well, and then it was funny because the following hand, as we see Nick going to go ahead and go all in with ace-queen off here.
Oh, yeah. Folds around to him, ace-queen. Pretty slam dunk shove, given his chip stack. Quick folds around. He's going to take down another one uncontested. Now Nick chipping up slowly but surely. You know, he started with right around 10, 11 bigs. We've seen him pick up some hands to go all in with and steal a couple blinds. Now he's closing on that 20 big blind mark.
Now, the hand I was going to tell you about after the fact, he goes up against queen 9, and he had pocket 4s, and he went all in with pocket 4s, and a queen hit the flop. So he gave a little bit back to another player. But, yeah, that's going back to what you were saying about Kelly Joe. Like, he'll get any 2 cards. It feels like he's going to mix it up. He's going to go ahead and shove when he wants.
Yeah, and I would imagine he was definitely putting some pressure on some people heading into the final table. You know, a lot of players want to make a final table, and if he was on a table plays that way, I could see Kelly Joe really opening it up wide. Here we see Corey Major open it up. Makes it 125, 2.5 bigs. He's got ace-6 suited. All the players get out of the way behind him. And Jason wakes up with a monster ace-king in the small blind. Not much else to do but to 3-bet shove. He's got just over 20 big blind stack. Not too much I think Corey can do here except for fold. Maybe if Jason was a little bit shorter, he'd flick in the call. And Corey does lay it down. So a couple all-ins already out of the gate here. We're gonna see it continue. Everybody's trying to chip up.
What's up?
This is your chance. He's coming for us.
That was what now?
This is your chance.
For what?
You say you're coming for me, coming for him, right?
I'm coming for you.
Coming for me
Yeah.
only.
Yeah, when you do it, that's when I'm gonna do it.
All right.
I'm waiting on you.
Yeah, again, as we mentioned, the next elimination that does happen will be taking home $4,985. But again, they are playing for that first place prize, $49,853 up top for first place. Again, 529 players, prize pool of $264,500. A little over $250,000. That's not too shabby.
That's a pretty good turnout for a $600 buy-in. And spend $600 up to $50K. Oh wow, we're gonna see.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Possible fireworks again. I think Jason had the option to 3-bet a little bit smaller if he'd like to, but I think he'll just happily take this down uncontested. Now we've seen Jason have some real hands when he's pulled this, but the guys on the table may not know that. That's about the 3rd time Jason's already 3-bet shoved. They might think he's getting a little crazy.
Hard to shuffle. These ones are very, very stuff. Easier to use,
Yeah, here we are, main event, Summer Swing Series. Also, right before you know it, the Card Player Poker Tour will be here, August 10th through the 21st. You guys, just go to the website, bestbetjacks.com, check out the tournament link, and you'll be able to get all the details of the Card Player Poker Tour that will be here in August.
The event one's a 400 buy-in, 100K guarantee, and the main event's actually going to be a mystery bounty format.
Yep.
1,700 buy-in, 300,000 guaranteed in that prize pool. And the mystery bounty is always a really fun format. Gonna be excited to watch that one.
It's always been fun, for sure. I know the past 2 Mystery Bounty events that we ran for the live stream, stuff like that, it's been fun. Tyler pulled the 50K bounty and the 25K bounty and the 15K bounty. So he basically made first place money just off the bounties. And
it really spices up the dynamic. You see a short stack shove, and now what might have been a fold turns into a pretty mandatory call or an ISO reshove. Spices the action up. Not something you can just plug into a solver and see what the right answer is when you add in all those different implications, you know?
Right, exactly.
It folds around to the blinds. Last time this happened, Hang just completed, and we saw Tamer raise it up. Hang does go for the complete again. And this time Tamer just checks it back with 5-3 offsuit.
Yeah, this time they'll see a flop. Trey ace 9 flop.
And Hang is going to lead. Tamer's going to defend. Now when Tamer doesn't raise out of the big blind, it's unlikely that he has an ace, and I think Hang's taking advantage of that. Tamer does have a pair. Usually you want to hold on to blind versus blind. Both players did slow it down on the turn. Hang obviously a little bit worried. Tamer called with a 9 and improved on that turn. River goes check as well.
Yep. And it's a 6 on the river, so Tamer, yeah, pair trays into 9s on the board. I'll take down take down that one.
And maybe at a different stage of the game, Hang would probably try to take advantage of that turn check back from Tamer and represent a bigger hand, but given the couple of short stacks out there, you don't want to create, you don't want to commit ICM suicide. Bluff into a guy with a monster. A couple of folds around so far. Nobody picking up a hand to open with. All around to the button. Hang's going to let it go. Hang's in a pretty tough position with 2 of the top 3 chip stacks right behind him. Hard to steal some blinds when they could 3-bet you a little light. We do see Tamer and Corey go heads up to a flop of Queen 9-8. Rainbow flop. Corey's got the pair plus gut shot. Tamer has the gut shot with backdoor flush draw. When Tamer checked it, Corey did min-click it. Tamer called, and it goes check turn. See an ace of diamonds on the river. Not a card that really helps either player. Tamer is going to go for the bluff, since he obviously only has 10 high. Only way he can win the pot is with a bluff.
And Major does call it.
A good call by Corey. Not too scared of the ace. Again, when it gets around to like a small blind or a big blind and they don't raise it up, it's hard to put them on any sort of hand that includes an ace. So that ace of diamonds, while it could be scary, if you think back to the pre-flop action, you're not too afraid of it. So, looked pretty well thought out by Corey. Sniffed it out, takes the pot down. Hammer pretty much handcuffed to having to bluff when you're at a bottom of range. You know, obviously never winning the pot with 10 high.
Forgot what tournament we were in. Every bet with 25 he knew was getting half of it. All day. I'll show you one though.
And Michael's going to go ahead and just make the call with pocket 4s.
Yeah, Michael's just going to limp in here. Tough to raise. Off of a 20 big blind stack. I think he's trying to just peel it for cheap. Table hasn't been overly aggressive, so maybe you won't get too punished. Corey's just going to limp in with ace queen.
Now here's Nick with pocket sixes.
Now, Nick may rip it here. He does.
There it. Yep.
It looks really weak when it just goes limp and small blind complete. Thinks he can take it down uncontested here. Thought most players would want to shove a 15 blind stack. Puts Michael in a weird position. Obviously, both players are kind of negating Corey out of the small blind. He's severely under-repped, which is almost good for him in this instance, but if Michael thinks that Nick is stealing it, we've seen Nick open shove a couple times. He might put in the call.
30-16.
But if Michael folds, I think Corey might be in a pretty mandatory call spot. He has a very strong hand, very disguised. But Corey folds. A little surprised.
Let it go.
I think there's a lot of hands Nick might shove, like worse aces. Obviously, we can see the cards and they were flipping. Maybe with the conservative nature of this table, Corey thinks he can navigate it to a, pretty high payout. Nobody's really making a lot of moves.
As you were saying earlier, pretty tight start. But again, final table, you're in that final 9, trying to ladder up as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, if there's 2 people that go out before you, you almost double your payout. So,
Yep.
especially these early stages, everybody's trying to feel each other out. We have seen some all-ins. Most of them have been warranted. But if you're on the table and you can't see the cards, you might think, okay, some of these guys might bust soon. I'd happily ladder up.
So we see Heng min raising here. 100,000 for him with King Jack.
Yeah.
And here's Heather,
Now-
Ace King.
Yeah, Heather waking up with a monster out of the big blind. Wonderful spot for her. I think she's going to act like she's thinking about it and then happily stick all the chips in.
That's exactly
There they
what
go.
she does.
Yeah, pretty dream spot for a short stack waking up with ace king and somebody opening it up. Especially from later position, like hang out of the hijack. You see those later position opens are usually pretty light. You're not too worried about running into a monster. Now Heng's got to do the math. Does he want to risk, about 8 more big blinds? Pretty tough for him. He's getting 1.5 to 1 on the call, but it would be a pretty big hit to his chip stack. He does lay it down. Good lay down by him. Obviously, he was dominated. King Jack's one of those hands where if you stick it in, you can be dominated a lot. You're not going to be ahead of much. If Heather had a hand like King 10 or King 9, she probably only calls rather than shoves.
You'll save a lot of chips.
And for Heather, she does get a few blinds out of that too. So
Yeah, about 4 blind. Yeah, he did min click it, so it'd be 4 blinds that she picked up there.
see Nick with Jack 8 suited
Yeah.
on the button.
A hand you generally do want to open with. It's kind of nice for him in terms of Heather in the small blind. She's almost shove or fold with her chip stack. It's an interesting spot for her waking up with something like ace 7 suited here.
In the small blind.
I think it's correct to shove, but it's always a little bit scary when you don't have something super duper strong. When you're a short stack, you're likely getting called. But she does make the correct play here. Shoves the ace-7. You know, a lot of players are going to open up pretty light from the button, as Nick did here, and she gets to take it down.
Two good hands for Heather back to back.
Yeah, just like that, she went from about 10 big blinds up to 17. It's a nice quick chip up. It's obviously really nice to have that buffer room. You get down to about 10 big blinds, you start getting a little scared, you got to really open up how much you're shoving when you have that short of a stack. Now when you're flirting with 20 big blinds, you got a little bit more breathing room. Similar to how Nick was navigating earlier, because he chipped up to about 20 bigs, his button raise was able to be a min open rather than an open shove with the Jack-8, and obviously he's able to stay alive by laying it down. Where, say, he had 10 big blinds, he may have had to open rip and then get it in behind against Heather.
Charge 1%, then I'll dump into him. It's probably the only chance. What a deal.
Folds around to Nick again. And he's got Jack's-8 of the offsuit variety, so he's going to lay it down. Heather looks down at ace from the button. She's going to lay that down. She's still got that kind of short stack mentality of I'm either going to go all in or I'm going to fold. Kelly Joe completes out of the small blind with king-7. Big blind checks it back with jack-7. Flop comes queen-10, deuce, rainbow. Not much for either player, and it goes check-check. Turn goes check-check again after a board pairing queen. And now river-7 gives each player 2 pair. And Kelly's going to bet with it. He does have the better kicker. As played, it's probably pretty hard for Jason to find a fold here. Not a super comfortable spot, but you may have to defend. He does put in the call. Yeah, the old stupid kicker problems. But pretty mandatory call from Jason. Kelly Joe's got some chips, and it was obviously a pretty weak holding for both players since it went check down to the river. You're folding a 7 there, you might be folding too many hands.
You just heard Kirk announce after this hand the blinds will be going up. We'll be at 30,000 small, 60,000 big, 60,000 ante. That'll be taking place after this hand. Yeah, those blind levels are going to get higher and higher, and that's going to be thinning out those blinds for sure.
Yeah, doesn't let you sit around and wait forever.
Major going to go ahead and bump it up with pocket 7s.
Yeah, Corey opens it up, and now Nick, king-10 offsuit. It's one of those hands you hate to fold. And he does 3-bet shove. I like the 3-bet shove a lot more than a call. You can see it's going to get back to Corey here.
That it does.
It's a pretty sizable 3-bet shove. That's about half of Corey's stack.
Hey, we'll let it go.
Don't think Corey wants to put in the call when Nick's not 3-bet shoving with a lot of worse hands.
4. Who's keeping 5? 6, 7.
How many times you been all the way since we started? 50, 60. I'm the kill crash. Never got your job, bro. The only thing done around that thing, you let the camera.
As discussed, the blinds do go up starting this hand, so all those chip stacks go down a little bit in terms of big blinds.
You don't miss much. You ain't realize you ain't have 2 low cards a while ago.
Nobody told me it wasn't low.
Even if it was, you had a high card.
Yeah, 10-3.
Folds around to Corey. He's got Queen Jack of Hearts.
10's a joker.
10 is a low.
Oh.
10 low. 10 qualifying.
Oh.
120.
He does put in the min click. It's going to be 120 to go.
Jack 9 suited for Nick.
Yeah, probably a hand he's going to have to fold. Got a lot of players behind you still to act, and not a hand that can withstand a lot of raising. It always looks pretty, but you got to let it go. Yeah, Heather has to fold ace-8 offsuit there. Pretty similar to the Jack-9, a hand that can be dominated a lot by a player's opening. And both blinds going to lay it down real quick.
So Major's just going to go ahead and collect those blinds in Annie.
Always nice to pick up some chips right after you lost some. Just kind of calms you down, smooths you over.
And we start with 529 entries in our main event of our Summer Swings series. Played it now to our final 9 that you see here, our final table of the main event. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, giving you the commentary.
For anybody unaware, this is at Best Bet Jacksonville. It's our primary location. We do have 3 total rooms, 1 in Orange Park, 1 in St. Augustine, and then this being our largest here at Best Bet Jacks.
Yeah, I want to say final table action started about almost an hour ago. And here's Brett going to go ahead and go all in and, yeah, hang immediately folding the 6 deuce.
Yeah, Brett off of a 12 big blind stack almost has to shove just about any suited king, let alone something as strong as King Jack suited.
Also see a few of you guys in the YouTube chat. Good to see you like always. Thanks for stopping by.
I appreciate everybody tuning in. Feel free to ask us some questions, chat it up, tell us who you're rooting for.
Bad dealing, bad playing.
And by us, we mean Mike. Ask Mike all the questions.
Country, I mean, don't sell yourself short. You know, like the address, the website.
Hey, listen, I have yet to play a tournament. I do want to play a tournament. I've just yet to do it.
I've played a few.
Unfortunately,
They will break your heart until
unfortunately,
you feel sheer joy. It's all heartbreak. It's
as with most things in life.
fun. Yeah.
No, it's just unfortunate for me. The times that tournaments are happening, I'm working, so I don't really get a chance to play in them because of that, just schedule conflict.
Yeah, they're fun. They're a different animal. I really enjoy tournaments, especially final tables like this, where you see pay jumps. I mean, obviously, cash games are a little bit closer to solved. You can put stuff in GTO Wizard and tell you what the right chip play is, but
Right.
in a tournament, the GTO can't explain ICM implications. So, what might be the right play for chips might not be the right play given some short stacks and the pay jumps and all sorts of different dynamics. You got guys on this table that have had some big scores, and you got guys on this table where this will be their biggest score. So everybody's going to approach it a little differently. And it really adds up to a fun dynamic. So we did see Michael limp in from the cutoff. Chose not to bet on that flop. Fortunately for him, he gets rewarded with a 10 on the turn. But Hang, he's going to go for it. Picks up on the weakness from the checked around flop. From his perspective, if you're Michael, you're not checking back a queen. I think that opened the door for Hang to represent one.
Hang is going to go ahead and take a stab at it. That's 175.
Yeah, the bet of 175 represents a decent amount of Michael's stack. I think because he checked the flop, he has to call the 10 on the turn. But again, because, you you got to put a third of your stack in there. It's always a little scary, but he does do it. Now, if the river's a brick, see if Hang wants to pull a trigger. That's a pretty bricky river. Clubs didn't come in, no straight draws completed. Let's see if Hang wants to put him to the test here.
He is 225.
It's a really good bet by Hang. I think most people would just try to put Michael to the test by shoving, but 225 does nearly the same thing. The way this hand played out, Michael's probably almost always calling or always folding to a river bet. So should Michael call, Hang saved himself about 300K.
Michael does
call. Yeah, good call by Michael. A good read of the situation. It's never easy to put that much of your chip stack in with only middle pair, but when you check back on that flop and improve on the turn, pretty much resigned to your fate.
Yeah, I need to feel like right.
We did see Michael make a final table at the St. Augustine location. That was back in January for a 5K payout. So this isn't his first final table in Best Bet Properties.
Yeah, first time here playing on a live stream for this final table, but good to hear that he's found success at our other locations.
Yeah, he seems pretty new to the live scene in general. Haven't seen too many big scores previous to 2023, but obviously making a final table gives you a little bit of experience, a little bit of confidence. Folds all the way around to Tamer in the small blind. Down at 9-4, he's just going to have to let it go.
You know I want to get it done. Oh, yeah. We played it up, man.
So Corey with a nice walk. Always wonderful to get a walk.
They get a 9-4.
Yeah, again, guys, the payouts first place for today, $49,853 up top. Our next elimination that we do see will be taking home $4,985. I've seen some early folds here.
You can see Tamer was hoping to look down at a hand he could open with. Maybe fortunately for him, he didn't, since Corey looks down at pocket eights in the small blind.
Major is going to go ahead and raise it up with his pocket eights.
Yeah, just a question of what size he goes with. See a pretty quick fold out of Nick, so don't think the sizing mattered too much. Yeah, Nick looking down at 6 deuce offsuit. Pretty easy fold for him.
Last one. Alright, I got your wish. Last one. For now, only for now.
No, let him do a double. Just deal one hand and then call for you again.
That's either out, guys.
Looks like a couple players in the chat say that Corey's past due for a big finish.
Just discuss the challenge. Just be like, alright,
Yeah, I'd say so. He's had a ton of cashes over the last couple of years. He's made some deep runs, just hasn't really taken that first place finish yet, so saying his due might be legit. And the last big one he had was back in 2016.
And Brett's going to go ahead and rip it all in with Jack-10 suited. Oh, ace-king for Hang.
Yep. We're going to see a snap re-shove from Hang. Yeah, Brett with just over 10 big blinds. Definitely a open shove hand. And I mean, this is kind of why, though, a player wakes up with a really big hand behind you, like ace-king, and you're still going to have a good amount of equity. It's going to be a 60-40 run out.
Fair fight.
Don't move!
Fair fight.
Hey, put your hands behind your back. You move.
Here we go to a run out.
Oh, shit, spicy.
Uh-oh, flush draw for Brett.
Yeah, pretty much a coin flip on that flop, and boom, diamond comes in for Brett. So we're going to see Heng get eliminated on this hand. He's going to come in 9th place, which other than, you know, he's pretty much tied with Kelly Joe in terms of experience. So that's eliminating one of the 2 most experienced players on the table.
Yeah, and Heng, I want to say, was 4th in the chip stacks when we started.
Yeah, he started pretty good, and I mean, he had a cash a couple years ago in a World Series main. He made it all the way like 75th place, I think, in 2021. So to eliminate a guy like that, yeah, gives everybody kind of maybe a little bit of breathing room, especially a guy like Kelly Joe, who's got a lot of experience. Seeing somebody else that might have just as much as you off the table is always a little bit relieving.
All right, so there you see 9th place going to Heng. $4,985 he will be taking home for today. It's not too shabby for a $600 buy-in.
Now, and obviously waking up with ace-king there, nothing he can do. He's happily putting the chips in and letting the cards land where they may.
Yep, and there are the chip counts now. Kelly Joe is still your chip leader, 49 bigs for him. Heather now the small stack with 12 bigs, but here we are now down to 8 players remaining on our final table.
Kelly, Tamer, and Corey came in as the top 3, and they still are the top 3. There's been a decent amount of action. We haven't seen a lot of movement. Some of the shorter stacks chipped up a little bit, but until there, obviously. Now Brett looking down at ace-jack suited. Fresh off a near double up. Allows him to start opening some hands rather than just open shoving. And Tamer's going to call the ace-4 of spades from the hijack. Gets to play the hand in position against Brett, should everybody fold behind him. Suited wheel ace. Pretty nice defend. Heather's going to have to fold out of the small with queen 6. And Kelly with an interesting spot. King, queen suited. He could put in a 3-bet, or he could choose just to call. He is playing this hand out of position. Kelly takes the low variance route, puts in the call. Flops 6-4 tray, 2 hearts. Tamer's the only one who flops a pair. Brett elects not to c-bet, checks it over to Tamer. Imagine he's going to put in a bet, try to deny all the equity from the overcards. Which, given everybody's holdings, is the exact reason you do that in this hand. 3 different players, and 3 different overcards between the 2 guys. So Tamer gets to take that one down.
They said Taylor would have fought him coming back in.
Are you watching?
Take notes.
No hit.
Oh yeah, the sun.
A little surprised Kelly Joe didn't put his chips to work there and go for the squeeze play pre-flop. He can put the pressure with his chip stack on people like Brett and Tamer, since they have pretty good chip stacks. They're not super short, and you have a fair amount of short stacks out there. Maybe he knows his image. These guys know what he's capable of and know that he might be doing such things. Now Michael wakes up with ace-jack suited. He opens it up, makes it 150 to go from under the gun, and Brett looks down at pocket 9s. He elects to fold. Michael has been pretty snug, and he opened from under the gun.
5, 4, 6. Fold 7. Fold 9.
So far, folding around.
Yeah, and under the gun open is obviously pretty strong. Nobody really wants to battle with that unless they have a big hand. Mike Benedito in the chat says, why would you bet so much having a pair of the lowest card on the flop? Talking about Tamer betting with the ace-4. I think it's mostly just to take the pot down as is. It's not him trying to get value. He's just denying Doesn't want to let turn card come off when obviously both of your opponents have overcards. Kind of happy to just take the pot down as it stands, as opposed to trying to eke any sort of value out.
60 to go fold in the tree.
Tamer looks down at pocket nines his hand. He's going to open up. Raise to 125. Gonna quickly fold around to the blinds.
125 to go.
And they're all going to lay it down as well.
I'd still like to know, but it don't matter. But
Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Our main event final table of our summer swing series. It was a $600 buy-in, $100K guaranteed in the prize pool. We had 529 entries in this main event. Prize pool was at $264,500. So more than doubled the guarantee. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching.
He's gonna go on tilt soon.
Folds around to Jason on the button. He's going to put in the raise with King Jack.
Keith, tell him you don't want to fucking hear it.
135 to go.
Now here's Brett in the big blind, ace 10 offsuit.
Kelly Joe tilting about this?
Let's see if he wants to 3-bet shove or just call, play the hand, post flop.
It's that one right now. It's live. Hey, that one.
So he does just put in the call.
One more win. One more bridge. 135.
So we're going to see these two guys heads up to the flop. Brett's hand strength is a little under-upped here. But fortunately for him, Jason flops top pair.
Yeah, Jason does outflop Brett here.
And Brett checks it over, and we're going to see Jason put in the continuation bet. Brett's going to quickly fold.
Trucker, I'm not sure. I would say he probably did.
Statistically speaking, yes.
Yeah. Because I know there was quite a few satellites that we did run for a main event, and 9 times out of 10, Major is definitely going to be in those satellites. So, as Mike said, yes, statistically speaking,
Yeah.
maybe. We also ran that milestone satellite for the first time ever that we did one of those, and that was kind of a unique experience.
Take it.
Tamer gets a walk.
Do you have to load?
7-3 awesome.
Some people get stubborn with it.
Suited.
Marvel Allen is in the chat talking about Brett says he'll call with ace 10 but fold pocket nines. I think that's just mostly about position. When he called with ace 10, we saw the button as the pre-flop opener. With the pocket nines, it was when Michael opened under the gun. Usually the under the gun open is a lot more stronger than you see people open from the button.
I was right there. You can see him.
So apparently, Heng is now playing 5-5 PLO.
That sounds about right.
That checks
No,
out.
that's what I'm saying. I'm shocked.
He won. He actually did sleep.
I'm good. I bust this. I'm going straight. Straight to bed.
I mean, you get paid out in chips.
165.
Take them right to the table.
Hey, he's got a buy-in. Got a few buy-ins.
Here, Jason has pocket sixes, raises it up from the hijack.
Tamara was saying before we got things going, Hang apparently have been here all weekend. And Hang was trying to sneak in a little bit of a nap before we got the final table going, which was kind of funny.
Just 34.
Yeah, Marvel Allen says, in actuality, the pocket nine should have shoved. I'm inclined to agree, just given he had about a 20 big blind stack.
60 to go.
But again, that's where it kind of goes back to
I'll charge him 35.
paid jump start mattering to guys. Instead of it being just about what the right play is for chips, maybe they want to take the low variance route, secure some paid jumps. I know Brett just doubled up before that hand. Usually gets a little bit tougher to put those chips in right after you got them. And Heather, I think it's Heather is still on a 10 big blind stack. So usually, maybe you want to see some of the shorter stacks bust before you stick it in.
150 from the 2.
Now here's Michael going. Go ahead and raise up to 150 with ace-7 suited.
150 to go.
Action's now on Nick. 9-5. Yep, in the muck. Not doing anything with that.
Quick takedown.
Kelly Joe, always a character. Although this is a very, very tame Kelly Joe.
This is maybe the tamest I've seen him.
Yeah.
I was expecting some fireworks when I saw that he made the final table. Didn't know what we were in store for tonight.
It's gonna be the joke of the night. I might keep this going for a while, not just that. You're relentless.
Jason with ace-9 suited. Does elect to open it.
Going 140,000 is Jason.
I think if this table was a little bit more 3-bet happy and people battling, it might be a fold rather than an open, but there hasn't been a lot of resistance. So maybe opens the door to start opening a little bit lighter without fear of having to fold to a 3-bet shove or a light 3-bet of any kind.
Michael does elect to call with King-Jack off suit.
I don't want you anywhere near me after earlier.
Yeah, similar in what I was just saying, where not a lot of 3-bets going on, so he can kind of call and not worry about it too much. I think otherwise maybe he'd lay it down as well.
All right, so we're going to be heads up. Ace-9 suited versus King-Jack. Let's see what Jacob puts out on the flop. Ace-6-6. So Jason outflops Michael.
Flop where Jason's going to most likely put in a continuation bet, and that'll be kind of the end of the hand. Not a lot Michael can do on a ace-high flop against the pre-flop opener. Jason went with a down bet.
Yeah,
It was real small. It is a way ahead or way behind kind of scenario, but not much Michael can do there.
I've
Other
always
than
found,
backdoor Broadway, there's not much he can even kind of hope to peel for.
I always found those interesting when you, after the flop, you put out a bet and ended up being smaller than your bet pre-flop.
Yeah, you're going to see it a fair amount in tournaments. You do see it in cash as well. It's not as prevalent, but especially like a spot like that where ace-6-6 rainbow. I mean, when you have ace-9, you're either absolutely crushing your opponent or he's absolutely crushing you. So that's a scenario where a down bet accomplishes the same thing as another size. Or if a player, like say his opponent had a pair over 6s, like pocket 8s, maybe they'll call the 80K just to see what you do on the turn. You can eke out some value where if you bet bigger, the 8s are just going to turbo muck.
And Nick's going to go ahead and just shove all in with King 9 offsuit on the button.
Yeah, it puts Heather in a really tough spot.
Pocket trays in the small blind.
Yeah,
He's going to muck.
Really tough. You're flipping at best. That's the power of the shove. You'd rather be the shover than the caller. So, and Kelly laid down a better hand as well. So it's a good open shove from Nick. Anytime you can shove and get better hands to fold, it's usually pretty good for you.
Loved Kelly's mannerisms. He looked at his hand. I think he saw the ace first. He goes, "Oh, you might be in trouble," and then looked at and saw the 5, and he's like, "Oh." And
Never
then
mind.
He mucked it.
Quickly folds around to Nick again. He's going to lay it down. I'll see what Heather looks down at. Fortunately for her, it's garbage hand. Definitely itching to shove. Kelly's got to lay it down from the small blind. Jason just takes a walk.
Seen a few of those tonight.
Hammer just pointed out the amount of hands that Kelly Joe has folded. He's got to be steaming. I believe what the quote was. So Kelly's not one to knit it up or fold too much. So
No,
it's probably driving him insane at this point.
It's not in his DNA. You know, it's literally taking every fiber of his being to not throw a chips in the middle. King Queen for Tamer.
So 125.
He's going to bump it up to 125.
Fold 6, fold 7.
I don't think it's funny.
Fold 8.
It's funny for a little while.
Fold 9.
It's funny because you suck at hello too.
Fold 1.
You didn't get the joke because you didn't know.
Let's see if Michael wants to defend with King 10 suited out of the big.
And the call.
Oh, man.
Looks like
Does
he
put in the
is.
call.
What up, man? As long as you're entertained by it.
Ace 6-6.
Dude,
Deja
sit
vu.
here. Take a seat,
Need a
man.
player with an ace, though.
Let you buy it right now for 4K.
Michael did check it. We're going to see Tamer put in small bet. See, now that's a spot where you see the down bet work as just range advantage.
Yeah.
Tamer bet 75K, real similar to how Jason bet the 80K earlier on ace 6-6. Your bet's going to get your opponent to fold out a lot of hands.
What?
Since they either really connected or really missed.
What is that? Hey,
That's kind of why you see the down bet used a little bit more in tournaments. Chip stacks are a lot shorter, so players aren't going to speculate with weak hands like they would if you're 200 big blinds deep in a cash game. These guys are only, 25 big blinds effective, so even betting one big blind is pretty big.
Fold 7. Fold 8.
Yeah, again, this
Here
is,
we're going to see. Here we're going to see Kelly Joe open up. That's for sure.
Yeah, Trey brought up in the YouTube chat. Yeah, this is the third time we have seen Kelly Joe make a final table here on the live stream this year.
And around.
Nobody with anything worth battling Joe on there. He gets to take it down. Corey looks down at ace queen under the gun.
Raise 125.
He does make it 125. So far, nobody's had a hand worth playing against Corey's open. And it gets around Tamer, and he's got to fold the big blind. Timmy in the chat says he was just about to say, before the pocket jacks, who's more card dead, Heather or Kelly Jo? I think it's pretty close.
Yeah, very close.
They've both been on the quieter side of things. I think for both of them, they've been a little handcuffed by situation. I think we've seen Nick go all in about 6 or 7 times, properly playing his short stack, but the power of that is they can't open up or call with speculative hands. We've had to see both of them lay down those medium to light strength type holdings. It's a lot different when it's folded to you versus facing an all in. And just in the nick of time for Heather, she's going to look down at ace queen. But imagine she's going to shove her 9 big blind stack here pretty happily. So she's going to min raise for value. Try to rope some people in there.
Yes, sir.
Looks like Corey's going to put in the call.
Pocket eights.
Yeah, we saw Tamer lay down king jack out the small blind. He was definitely reading Heather for some strength. Flop of jack 4 tray. Now if Corey checks it, she correctly doesn't, I guess. Let's say if he checks it, let's see if she rips. But instead, he's going to lead kind of a blocker size. By doing this, she's either got to shove or fold, which lets him receive all the information he needs about how to play his hand correctly. I'm assuming that's why he let out. So a good lead by Corey. I think if he checks it and she shoves, because she had about a pot-sized shove behind, it would put him in a pretty tough spot. So by leading a little bit smaller, he kind of gets to set his price or just take it down uncontested.
Pass the cards out, buddy. Hey, can we get the dinglers to just deal?
Yeah, unfortunately, you see for Heather, she's starting to run out of room. 7 bigs remaining in her stack.
Yep, hitting that desperation mode.
60 to go.
But obviously 7 big blinds, you're not out of it. You got a lot of people with about 20 big blind stacks, so if she doubles up once, she'll be right back to 15, 16 bigs. And, here's Michael. Puts in the limp with the king queen.
Major's going to go ahead and call out of the small blind with ace-5 offsuit.
Already in for half. Pretty easy limp along. And Nick is going to check it. I think Nick might have thought about shoving there to steal it, but instead he checks back. Bluffs 9-8 deuce. Pretty much everybody whiffed.
Yeah, nobody hit anything really.
And fortunately for Heather that she was under the gun with her 9-8 suited. Otherwise she might have been in there on this one. And now I see a queen turn, so it's going to improve Michael to top pair. Both the blinds check it over to him. Does bet small. Nick does have a gut shot, but can't really afford to chase it. He does let it go. Michael gets to take it down with his king-queen. We have seen Michael limp in a couple of times. Wonder if anybody's going to pick up on that and start trying to punish him. And here, it folded around to Tamer. He's going to open up out of the cutoff with King Jack offsuit. Get 125, and Corey may be coming along with Jack 9. He does get to play this hand in position. There are two of the bigger stacks on the table. Pretty nice spot to peel and speculate. I think if he was shorter, he'd be putting in the fold, but given how deep they are, a few short stacks were behind him as well, so you're not too worried about anybody 3-betting late behind you. It is going to be them two heads up to a flop, King Jack versus Jack 9, and flop comes 8-7 deuce, 2 diamonds. So Corey does have the gut shot straight. It is a board that does hit him a little bit harder than Tamer, given that Tamer was the pre-flop opener and then Corey only called. So when Tamer checks it over, after electing not to c-bet, Corey does put in a bet. He's got 2 overs in the gut shot. And Corey's going to take it down. See the power of position at play on that hand. Corey can represent all the different suited connector type hands, 7-8, 8-9. Flop hits him a little bit more than it hits Tamer's pre-flop opening range.
I can make it. You can fold pretty quick. Kelly's been doing it all night.
It sounds like we will be moving up in blinds again after this hand. We'll be moving up to 40,000 small, 80,000 big, 80,000 ante.
Jason looks down at ace queen under the gun here. Does open it up to 135.
And as you mentioned earlier, opening under the gun like that makes it sound like you got a pretty strong hand.
Yeah, you could even see Michael looks down at ace 10 and kind of grimaced like, this is a pretty good hand, but because he opened under the gun, I don't love my hand.
But he is going to call it.
It gets around to Nick on the button. He's got to lay it down. Now Heather out of the small blind. She's going to have to fold as well. Now Kelly gets to close the action with Jack 9 suited. Definitely a spot where he can put in the call and see what the flop brings. Doesn't cost him as much given the fact he was already the big blind. And a lot of chips in the middle. Flop is King 4 tray with 2 diamonds. Nobody really has anything. Let's see if Jason wants to range bet this flop. Given that he opened under the gun, King high board will favor him a fair amount.
That is what it looks like he's going to do.
Yeah, I imagine he's going to go pretty small, like quarter pot. Yeah, that's 115. So right around there, the quarter pot amount. And it's going to work and take it down. So Jason taking advantage of the perceived range that he has. Small bets work in those scenarios.
It's a pretty decent size pot that Jason does take down.
Oh yeah, they're going to add up quick.
Especially now with the blinds going up this hand. We do got a quick dealer change, so while we're doing that, let's go ahead and update you on the chip stacks. This is the way it looks right now. Kelly Joe still your chip leader, although not by much. Tamara's closed the gap a bit, as is Major.
And
Jason as well.
Jason,
yeah, it's starting to look
just
really,
like that last
really
hand, he's
thin for
all
Heather right
six
now.
Yeah, and the fact that you have a person like Heather with 4 big blinds is kind of causing a lot of the other guys to have to play passive. You know, you're not going to stick it in light against somebody that has you covered when you have somebody that's that close to busting, given the pay jumps.
Or maybe you made it 48 and it's 24. Maybe. Something, I don't remember.
Now Brett looks down at pocket kings, waking up with a monster off 13 bigs. He's going to min-click, open, pray for some action. Oh, rather, he puts in the limp. Super sneaky out of Brett.
Yeah, that basically lets Tamer go ahead and call with his pocket fours.
Yeah, I mean, Tamer would have called a min open, but I think Tamer looked over, thought about opening, and opted for the call. Anytime somebody limps from under the gun or under the gun +1, sometimes you have the alarm bells go off. And now, when Kelly calls out of the small, Jason checks his option. Nobody fell for the trap for Brett. We're going 4 ways to an ace, 10, 8, 2 club flop. Both blinds did check it over to Brett. Likes to check it. Tamer checks back as well. Turn 8 of diamonds. So it's a board pairing 8. Both blinds elect to check rather than represent hitting that 8. And I mean, Tamer's happily checking down his showdown value in position here.
Yeah. I think he figured what was happening because he said, "I'm not falling. I'm not falling for it."
And does check around. Brett's going to take it down. He couldn't eke out anything there. Neither blind wanted to represent the 8. A tricky limp out of Brett there.
I definitely wouldn't have called if it was great.
It'll be fun to see if, you know, in an orbit or two, Brett looks down at a speculative hand and gets to limp in, and everybody will be afraid to raise because of this action. Might be able to use that to his advantage in the future.
He knows what he's doing.
It's always dicey.
Yeah, you know what you're doing. So you know what you're doing? Get the next one out of you.
If I knew what I was doing, I'd have your stuff.
Oh, you just got cool.
I don't know.
Can't run the kings and the aces this time.
Twice. Let's make it 3 times today.
All right, folds over to Tamer here. He looks down at ace-10 suited.
I don't think I've ever stuck in a tournament losing kings against aces twice in the same day.
175. That's pretty safe.
You lost king 175.
Does open to 175K. Just over a min raise.
Yeah. I'm lucky he's still here. You lost to both. Well, I lost it to him in like a 3 million chip pot. Oh, that was that one. But did you lose the other one too? Yeah, at the beginning of the day, I lost like 500K.
Jason's going to fold the weak offsuit ace out of the small blind.
We got one.
Hammer gets to take this one down after Michael folds the big. Seeing Jason kind of play pretty straight up and avoid a lot of missteps. I mean, he's used some range c-betting well, hasn't played out of position. Just slowly but surely chipping up here.
It's hard not to with the idiots.
Full cut.
They have no clue. They don't know how to bet their hand. They don't know how to read their hand.
They don't know how to play it. We call it 6.
This hand folds around to Corey. He's going to limp in with ace-9 suited.
Fold 7. Fold 8.
Nick and Heather both have to lay it down. But imagine both of them are itching to look down at some sort of hand they can shove with, given their short stacks. Corey's got a fold out of the small. And Brett's going to check his option out of the big, so Brett and Corey heads up to a flop. And Corey flops it all. Ace 9-4, top 2 for him. He elects to slow play and check it back when Brett checks it over. Brett's going to check now, and Corey's definitely going to bet this turn. That's why he slow plays the flop to try to get Brett to sneak in there, but fortunately for him, Brett doesn't improve in any way other than did have a gut shot to the wheel, but nothing else worth calling a bet.
Yeah, not worth it at all in that spot.
It's always nice when you flop top 2, but hard to get value out of it when you have all of the board, and especially when the only other guy in there checked out of the big blind.
I feel like that's gonna be the
Well,
time.
shit, he says the easiest blind in America. The guy folded 10 hands in a row. All you can do is sit down.
And Nick looks down at ace-7 off 9 bigs. Might be a rip here, but instead he elects to fold. You can see him look over at Heather. Big part of Nick's strategy at this point has to be waiting for Heather to bust first.
Yeah.
And fortunately for him, he did fold because Kelly looks down at ace-queen. He obviously would have snapped off and all in. Kelly does raise it up.
Now Michael king jack on the button.
Pretty tough, but may have to lay it down. He's got 2 people that have chips shorter than him over there with Nick and Heather. Don't really want to go battling against Kelly Joe too light. Look, he's going to elect to maybe just call.
He does.
And does put in the call. He gets to play in position this hand. Blinds get out of the way, so it'll just be the 2 of them, Kelly and Michael.
And Michael
Luckily
does
for Michael, flops king high.
Kelly's going to go ahead and bet.
Yeah, it's a pretty mandatory continuation bet for him. See, he went on the smaller side, betting a quarter pot.
And there's the raise from Michael.
Yeah, Michael's putting in the raise. Kelly's giving him the stink eye, and then the classic, I'm never good here. He's just got to lay it down. Fat Pat in the chat says, this is live right now. Yes, this is on a slight delay, but it is basically live. We're coming from Best Bet Jacksonville here in Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah, the game is live, but we are live streaming on a 20-minute delay tonight for our main event final table here. Appreciate everyone coming through and watching and hanging out with us. If you guys could hit that like button and maybe become a subscriber to the channel. We're almost at 9,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. So greatly appreciate all the support that you guys have given us. And now Kelly Joe has aces.
And it just had to lay the last hand down. Slight potential for it to look a little steamy. Somebody decides to look him up. Saw him open the last hand for this exact same size. Put out a C-bet and fold.
Do you like his chips? I do.
And it's going to be Michael with 7-6 suited.
Yeah, pretty similar. You get to make a pretty speculative call, but play the hand in position. A pretty fortunate spot for Kelly Joe this time.
I think Kelly Joe right now is primed to get those chips he gave to Michael back. Jack 9 tray.
Yeah, this time the C-bet will probably just take it down. Not even a single heart on the board for Michael to potentially draw at anything. Even his backdoor straight isn't a good backdoor straight draw on the top end anyway. So we do see Kelly Joe C-bet and take it down this time.
Got those chips right back.
Yeah, no eye roll required from him on this hand.
I think about broke even in that deal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's about a wash there.
Yeah.
That spot didn't hold me at all.
Need you to have King Jack again. I wish you would have called.
Yeah, Tammer did fold King Jack out of small blind, avoided getting himself into some trouble.
That's the reason I don't play the hand.
Wish I had that same hand.
Tammer just said that's the reason he folded it. There's a good reason to fold those kind of hands out of position. They get tough to navigate post-flop. Now this is where we're going to see things potentially open up. Nick is in the big blind. He's off of a 9 big blind stack. And on the next hand, Heather will be on the big blind. And she currently has about a 3 big blind stack, so we could see some knockouts here. Corey elects to limp in from the small blind with Jack 6 suited. Nick checks back to the 10-9, and Corey flops the flush draw. So he's going to bet. Corey's going to attempt to bet the minimum. Which does result in a min bet, and he does get to take it down. I think Nick would have folded for whatever Corey threw out, even if it was only half a big blind.
I deal them. I have to deal everybody in. Kill their hand if they are not back in the seat.
So we're going to see Heather in the big blind this hand with a big blind Annie. She's basically got 1 big blind behind.
I folded better.
Maybe a little bit.
That's why I tipped you before.
I know.
So probably won't see any players open up too light on this hand, knowing that she's off of a very short stack in the big. Should anybody open up, she'll almost
They'd give them aces and kings.
be a mandatory all-in.
Raise 175.
Tammer opens it up with King 7 of hearts. Now Nick looks down at Ace King. Monster for Nick.
And Nick, yep, we'll rip it all in.
Which-
Heather, ace 10.
Heather looks down at Ace 10. If she had a really bad hand, it would have been interesting to see if she folds, praying, you know, Nick gets knocked out. But as played, Tammer does fold, and it's going to be Heather all in for her tournament life with Ace 10 against Nick's Ace King.
Yep, blind on blind violence.
Yeah, short stack on short stack violence too. Kind of crazy they both woke up with really big hands given their chip stacks.
Yeah, but an
And
ace
that's going to
king
be
will
it
hold.
for Heather. So Heather's going out in 8th place.
Take you both out of her.
Nick gets to take it down, chip up a little bit, give him a tiny bit more wiggle room.
I would have been on fire.
Yeah, for
Pretty
sure.
tough final table for Heather. Didn't
Big blind this hand.
didn't think she did anything wrong necessarily. Just pretty much handcuffed on most of her decisions.
Yeah, she was pretty card dead for the most part.
Yeah, no, but more than 500.
But still finished in 8th place and outlasted 529 other entries to get to 8th. She'll be taking home
Oh, yeah.
$6,301.
No, one.
Definitely better than you or me would have done.
Yes, me for sure.
Me most likely.
I promise you.
And like I said, I'm not sure about Heather's tournament experience, but I know she's in our room quite a bit playing a lot of 2-5. So she
Yeah, I
clearly
didn't
knows
see-
what she's doing.
Yeah, I didn't see a ton of results like on Henna Mob or anything for her. But like I did say, she came in pretty short stack to day 2, so you know, making a run to the final table is impressive nonetheless, that's for sure. And we saw Jason open it up under the gun with Ace 5 suited. Pulls around Nick on the button, thinks about it, but has to lay it down.
Y'all fucking blinded me away, you little bastard.
Ace 5 suited, the second best hand in poker, according to a few people.
All right, so real quick, here's a look at the chip stacks now. It's Major now. That's your chip leader. 2.6 mil for him. Kelly Joe is up there. Jason's up there. Tamer's up there as well. Nick is your effective short stack now. And here are the remaining payouts.
Really tight chip stacks. Basically, the top 4 are all within a few blinds of each other, and then the bottom 3 are within about 3 blinds of each other. So, haven't seen anybody really step out and try to take advantage of the passivity of it. Tamer opens it up with ace-10 suited here. Makes it 175. See it fold all the way around to Jason the big blind. Have to lay it down with the queen-7 offsuit. Tamer gets to take that one down. Aaron in the chat says that Heather's a tough 2-5 grinder, so what you're saying is true, country. You got it backed up by Aaron.
Trust me. We're the ones that told them to start the class.
5, 6.
It's going to fold around to Nick. And, he may have been tempted to open it up and try to chip up, but he looked down at 6 deuce offsuit and lays it down. Lets Kelly open the button with 9-8 suited. Now we're going to see some chips get in here with Jason. It's a question of almost just how big does he want to 3-bet. See Jason go with the 3-bet shove. He's done it a couple times. Fortunately for him, Kelly obviously can't call at 9-8. But it would have been interesting to see what Kelly would have done with a hand like ace-queen. We've seen Jason 3-bet shove Kelly Joe's late position opens a couple of times. Us watching the stream obviously have the benefit of seeing Jason's hands, and they're pretty real every time, but if you're on the table and the same guy 3-bet shoves on you, you start getting a little suspicious. Might be why Jason went with the big shove rather than a 3-bet for value. Folds around to Corey. He's got king, queen, offsuit. He's going to open it up from under the gun, +1. To make it 175K. Now action on Kelly. He does have ace-jack offsuit. I think he could 3-bet. He does decide to put in the 3-bet. Goes 580 with it. Might be the beginning of seeing somebody start trying to take advantage of the table dynamic. We've seen a lot of opens out of Tamer and Corey, and a lot of the opens haven't gotten punished with 3-bets. Kelly's been pretty coy up till now. So that 3-bet gets the job done. Corey's got to lay it down. Especially as Kelly Joe gains more and more position on guys like Corey and Tamer, we might see the 3-bets increase. Good Nick bust out. Corey suddenly loses all the short stacks behind him. It's going to make his life a little difficult. Where previously his opens were getting a lot of respect out of Nick and Heather, given how short stacked they were.
These ones are a little worn out, so they have time to deal with.
Somebody didn't want it. Oh, he's got one.
Folds around to the button. Michael's going to look down at 10-6 and zing it into the muck.
You know Boomer, right?
And now Brett's going to shove from the small blind. He does have just over 10 bigs. Tamer wakes up with a pretty big hand for blind versus blind. He's going to get the count. So right around 12, 13 bigs. So it might be a mandatory call spot for Tamer. Suddenly see a pretty big pot. Brett hasn't been overly aggressive on this final table up to this point. We haven't seen him open very much. So I don't think Tamer may believe that Brett's shoving as light as he is. Tamer definitely running over the numbers, thinking about his decision. And he does put in the call. So we're going to see a pretty big pot here. If Tamer takes it down, he'd be the new chip leader. Brett takes it down, he kind of leaps into being right around the chip lead spots. 10-9 deuce, Trey. And river 8, Tamer's ace high is going to hold. So now Brett is going to go out in 7th place, and Tamer is now going to be the chip leader. Big takedown for Tamer there. Never easy to call off that big of a shove with ace jack, but after he thought it over, blind versus blind, it's kind of like you have to, even though you don't want to. Tamer does. So we're going to be down to 6-handed. Still got 2 players around the, I think it's 13 big blinds for Nick, and Michael with around 15, 16. So here we go with an open shove from Nick after he looks down at pocket 9s. Sticks in his 12.5 bigs.
Ace Jack versus King 4 or something like that. I don't see the run out. As soon as they flip the cards up.
Folds around to Tamer, see if he can wake up with a monster again. He does not, lays it down, and looks like Corey quickly folded out of the big, and Nick picks up a couple of much needed chips, especially right before the big blind hits him.
Okay, now you move here.
Oh shit, no.
Gonna move here? No? Once they're in a spot, you're locked in.
We're locked in. The only time we're moving is when it's final. Ooh, chip count.
No. Okay.
Might move your chip to the other side of the diamond.
No, it's not the chip. I just wanted more space. Get away from it.
He's got to use that reader.
I thought it meant I could go there and
Action's going to start on Kelly Joe under the gun this hand. He lets it go. Nick, one of the shorter stacks, is in the big blind this hand. Other shorter stack, Michael, there in the 2 seat. He's going to let it go.
Make it with milk then? I don't want water. Huh? Yeah, I want it with milk instead of
Tamer's going to fold his button. And now action's on Corey out of the small blind. He's got King 10 offsuit. A lot of options on the table for him. He could raise small, he could raise big. He does raise it up to 190.
No collusion.
Nick looks down at King 8.
You working together there?
I'm about to chop y'all up.
I see 2 big stacks here. I don't know.
Nick really thinking it over. He decides to shove. We have seen Corey
Trying to figure out if one of us wins.
put in some smaller bets and fold to the big aggression.
No, I heard
they're free, they're so impressed.
One of those Nick knows that Corey can't take a 12 big blind hit to his chip stack. Really chopped him down pretty hard.
You must be looking on the PLO high-low chat. I think it's a New York thing.
Now Corey trying to wait out. How light is Nick shoving on me here? Blind versus blind. Far from an easy spot here with King 10. Don't envy the position Corey is in right now.
Yes, yes.
That's great.
There is also a comment here. All right, no more talk. Please.
And Corey is going to lay it down.
Yeah, it did show as he laid it down too.
Yeah, he showed hoping to get Nick to show.
Yeah, the mic's right here, they can hear us with that. But there is two problems.
All right, there's a look at the stacks now. Tamer now, your chip leader. 42 bigs for him. Michael now the essential short stack, 14 bigs for him. As you see, Brett did get eliminated. Is going to take home $8,064 for him for his 7th place placement. And here's the way things look now. Your next elimination will be taking home $10,449. Again, though, they're playing for that first place prize of just a shade under $50K. For first place of our main event.
Now action's on the short stack, Michael. He's gonna have to lay it down. For the chip lead Tamer, definitely a hand he can start opening with. He can really open up his range, given the fact that he has the chip lead. Especially a guy like Corey behind him, kind of stuck in that no man's land with 2 short stacks out there still alive.
It's all 175 C6.
Corey is going to put in the call.
At
least
C5, call and 6.
If you're Tamer, talking about having Corey behind you, it's really tough for Corey to put in a light 3-bet. It's going to cause spots like this where Corey's pretty much handcuffed to only calling a queen-jack suited. It's like Kelly came along out of the big blind with his king 10. Flops 9-6 tray, rainbow board. Tamer's got the option to continuation bet, but he elects to check with bottom pair. He does have some showdown value, and now all the showdown value, turning trips. Kelly Joe, because he's out of the big blind, usually will have the trays a lot more often than Tamer and Corey. And he's going for the rep.
Raise to 700.
Tamer's going to raise it up. There are 2 clubs on the board, a lot of straight draws. He's going to deny equity to those. They quickly fold. Obviously, Tamer was praying Kelly Joe had a tray. Nice turn for him.
Carl, to answer your question, 562 entries in the main event. Excuse me, 529 entries in today's main event. Total prize pool was $264,500. It's a shade over $250,000, more than doubled our guarantee. And here we are now down to the final 6. Final table action started up a little over an hour ago. Actually, now 2 hours ago.
Time flies.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We're already 2 hours into this live stream.
Doesn't feel like it at all. It's been fun.
The final table action is
Kelly.
always interesting to watch.
Oh yeah. There's never a hand that doesn't affect everybody a lot. That's what I love about it.
Well, especially now since we're getting short-handed.
So we saw Kelly call out of the small and Jason check out of the big. Flops 8-8-8. When Kelly checks it over, Jason does bet with his ace high and takes it down.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be my time. You guys got Jacob coming back in. Thanks everybody, good luck.
Yeah, you're definitely on fire.
As we got Jacob hopping back in the box now.
Anybody just joining in too recently, this game is being played at Best Bet
I was
Jacksonville.
never a good note taker though. So.
All right, I believe this.
Is a live stream on about a 20-minute delay.
And final table action. We typically do cash live streams Thursday nights, Friday nights, and Saturdays. Thursday night and Friday night streams go from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. And our Saturday streams go from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. Run all kinds of stakes from 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack all the way to 5-10 no limit hold'em, even 10-25 no limit hold'em. Been getting 5-10 PLO in the mix as well. So we do run quite a different variety of games on the live stream here. All right, so here's Major. Ace Jack offsuit. He's going to go ahead and bump it up to 250K. Jack 9 for Nick. Again, pretty hand, but
larger open than we've seen. This is a 3 big blind open. We've pretty much seen the 2 to 2.5 big blind open.
Action has folded around to Michael now.
And he does only have a 12 big blind stack in the big blind, but has to lay it down. So yeah, like Country said, three nights a week, every Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Best Bets coming to you live. If you're trying to see what the games are, it's available on our website. Same spot there. You can also sign up to play if anybody out there is interested.
Yep. July's live stream schedule, by the way, is up on the website as well. So you can check out the full month's slate of games that we're going to have. And for our rooms, by the way, too, big promotion coming up with Christmas in July, starting on July 12th and running through July 23rd. We're going to be doing big high hand promotions. And every day as well, we'll be giving away a card player cruise package every day during that Christmas in July period, valued at $3,144 for that cruise package for the Card Player Poker Tour. Pretty fun stuff coming up in the month of July. So,
and if for some reason you can't wait till July, there is a shared promotion at all 3 properties tomorrow. 12 to 12, $1,000 every 30 minutes. We see Michael limp out of the small blind. Tamer's going to check back his option. Michael had Queen 10 and just, wow. I guess he knew he was going to flop the nuts.
Yeah.
That's why he limped in. I was about to say he had all the options to raise or call. Turns a king of spades. Michael obviously praying that Tamer hit a pair. Does bet out. And Tamer's going to have to quickly fold. No pair for Tamer, only a gut shot to the straight. And Michael's going to take it down.
Yeah, nothing like getting a 6-card straight.
Yeah, I mean, coming off the short stack and flopping the nuts, you're praying for your opponent to catch up. Also, with that dynamic, if you're the short stack and the big stack's to your left, you know, you check it over to him, he's way more likely to stab than some of the other opponents. Could have easily seen Tamer bet, you know, 2 big blinds on that flop, just trying to take it down, knowing that Michael's only got about a 10 big blind chip stack and can't put up too much of a fight without a big hand. Unfortunately for Michael, Tamer didn't put any chips in the middle. Kelly raises it up, and like deja vu, Jason wakes up with a really big hand on Kelly Joe's open. Let's see what Jason likes to do. The last couple of times, Jason 3-bet shoved, and he does it again. I think this is the 4th or 5th time we've seen Jason 3-bet shove over top of Kelly Joe opening it up.
We know for Kelly Joe, this has got to be a little frustrating too.
Yeah, I think similar to last time. I think Jason's doing it with these big hands now because it's happened so much. Yeah. Jason elects to show it this time.
You're ahead of that?
Wow, what a fold.
I'm in it. You got me, buddy.
I don't think anybody out there believes Kelly Joe saying he folded ace king. Jason showing Kelly Joe the goods there, saying, I'm not doing it light. That way, hopefully in the future, he can do it light.
For 20 minutes and chat about it, you know?
Oh, I checked on that.
I'm just 80 to give you a hard time. Fold. It is what it is. Oh, I gotta show the red dance go here first.
Now another nice hand for Jason, looking down at ace-10.
Raise the 175 from the one. What's on him? Fold.
And it's going to fold around to the big blind. Nick off the 16 big blind stack. Gonna look down at pocket eights. There is one stack out there shorter than him. Michael's got about a 12 big blind stack. His hand could have been too strong not to 3-bet shove, but Nick elects just to call. He was in the big blind, so it's pretty cheap for him to call, see a flop, and reassess. Flop comes ace-king tray with 2 clubs.
It's going to check around to the turn here.
Yeah, Jason does check it back. He's trying to underrep the strength of his hand a little bit. Board favors his range a very large amount. And after Jason bets the turn with a delayed C-bet, Nick's going to have to lay down his eights. Obviously, under pair to 3 cards on the board, and an ace-king flop is really good for the pre-flop raiser. So maybe fortunate for Nick that he didn't 3-bet shove that time. He has been 3-bet shoving a lot on this final table. Really utilizing that 15 big blind to 20 big blind stack. I know we spent a little bit of time talking about the promotions coming up in July, but obviously this is a tournament final table, so if there's any tournament people out there, we do have a GoPo July 9th at the Orange Park Poker Room.
Yep.
So a one-day tournament, 300 buy-in, 30K guarantee.
It's a pretty fun event, single-day event. I know a lot of people like the single-day event structure. A lot of people do try to play in it.
Yeah, if you're somebody like us who has to work all the time, then carving out one day is a lot easier than carving out a couple.
Correct, yeah. Well, especially with our main event where we had 3 different flights into our final day today. That started on Thursday.
Obviously, you're committing a decent amount of time. The structure was really good, which, I mean, as a tournament player, I'm looking for a good structure if I'm going to go play an event. And the day ones in this event lasted about 10, 11 hours, and now this day 2 is up to about 12 hours.
Yeah, it did start at noon today, and here we are at midnight. Heads up here with Michael and Tamer. Ace, queen, tray, and Tamer does catch a queen. Gut shot from Michael.
Michael might put out the range C-bet. This is a good spot where he can kind of bet small and hope to take it down. He pre-flop raised from early position, so his hand looks really strong. But Tamer is going to snuff it out, knowing that Michael possibly C-bets vast majority of his hands.
Yeah, inconsequential deuce of clubs on the turn there. Doesn't change much of anything.
And Michael's going to have to slow it down. I mean, he has less than the pot behind, so it was either kind of shove or check. Tamer's going to check back with middle pair.
Oh, wow.
And
Michael
oof.
gets there.
Yeah, front door hearts did come in as well. Only thing that Michael might be afraid of a little bit, but given how short his chip stack is compared to the size of the pot, it's hard for him not to bet much less than an all-in, but he's going very small for value. put out something kind of praying for a call. Maybe the shove would have looked like hearts a lot since he checked the turn. Thinks he can't get called super light.
Oh, that
Tamer does have to lay it down.
You motherfucker. Better not have robbed nobody with his ass.
Are up looking at 50, 100, 100.
All right, so the blinds are up now.
Everybody start getting in trouble.
50,000 small, 100,000 big, 100,000 ante. Charles asking what's the chip stack? I'll look at that information for you. I think the structure is up, so I can take a quick look at that.
I'm gonna go.
This is true.
Did you? I don't think so. I think I picked them all. Y'all motherfuckers don't remember that shit.
Michael looks down at Jack 10 suited from under the gun. Fresh off the chip up, he's going to put in a raise. Makes it 300,000. A little bit. Again, it's the second time we've seen a 3 big blind open. Probably a hand he kind of wants to open to 3x and just take it down uncontested. Jack 10, not something you usually want to go to war with too much. And probably as he was hoping for, everybody just folds around. He gets to take it down without too much of a fight.
Since they picked this raggedy ass seat. I should have picked my own damn seat.
It is been rough for Kelly Joe. He's been wanting to get mixed in with the action and just has been card dead most of the night here.
And it's very unfortunate for him. A vast majority of the time he's opened, Jason woke up with a monster and 3-bet shove behind.
Yeah. It's just been tough, unfortunately. Yeah, Chris, final table action. We got started a little bit before 10 p.m. tonight. So we're 2 hours into the live stream now. $529 entries in the main event in total. And here's Nick doing it again, going all in with Queen 7 suited.
Yeah, with the blinds up to where they are, he's down to 11.5 bigs. Folds him in the cutoff. He can shove a little light. Jason has a decent stack, obviously. But Kelly Joe's chipped down to about 20 bigs, and Michael just chipped up to about 20 bigs, so neither one can call a 11 big blind shove without a real hand. So when you shove like that, you know, excluding them waking up with monsters, the only person you really have to get that shove through is Jason, and Jason hasn't really been putting chips in too light. He's generally had the goods.
Well, since we are at a new level, let's go ahead and take a quick look at those chip counts. It is Tamer that is your chip leader at 35 bigs. That was pretty quick. We'll flash it back up again after this hand.
Yeah, everybody has between 15 and 30, basically. There's no massive chip leader, and there's no micro stacks anymore with Nick and Michael both around that 14 mark. And now Kelly Joe, also all 14 bigs, wakes up with pocket jacks, and he's going to ship it in.
And Kelly Joe, second time he's at pocket jacks tonight.
Yeah. And now Michael looks down at 8s. Really tough spot for him. You can see the grimace. He's going to have to think it over for a minute because it's not a slam dunk either direction. We also know that Kelly Joe has been pretty frustrated on this final table. So some of that might come into play when you're thinking, what's this guy shoving with? So, you know, you can start talking yourself into this guy would shove with ace-5 suited here. This guy might shove with pocket 6s here. Look down at hand at like pocket 8s. It's really hard to let it go.
1.485. Yeah, you showed 3 as too.
Yeah, Michael's going to have to really mull it over. Does come to the correct decision and lay it down.
He does fold. Tamer fold as well.
The
Charlie, to answer your question in Facebook, First place payout is excuse me, $49,853 for first place. It is pinned in the comments on Facebook. So if you look at the pinned comments, you'll see the payouts for 1 through 9 for our final table. If you're in YouTube, you can type in the command ! Payouts, and Nightbot will post the payouts for you guys to see as well. So all that information is there for you guys if you guys want to look up that information for the payouts.
And also, Charles asked how many chips you start with in that 300 buy-in. Just want to answer that question of a 20,000 starting stack. Start with 20K chips, half-hour levels. Pretty good structure.
And typically registration will be open until the start of level 9 for that event.
Yeah, so usually when we do those 1 days, it's either down to the final like 5-6 players at midnight. So sometimes it can go till about 1 a.m., but usually wraps up with some sort of chop arrangement around 12. Just kind of depends on, you know, the dynamic of the final table, obviously. Here we see Tamer versus Major, blind versus blind. And Major's got the best of it, even improving to 2-pair on the turn. He did call the flop bet with middle pair after Tamer stabbed. Now Tamer raised the white flag, checked it over. Major bets, and Tamer's got to let it go. But a nice pot for Major. It's also nice to take down a pot from the chip leader, blind versus blind, just establish that you're not going to be run over. Really, really easy for the chip leader to start, you know, kind of putting the pressure on you, and you get no hands, and you start feeling bullied. So, kind of one of the first go-arounds between the two of them, and he gets to avoid that kind of dynamic. Action folds over to Michael, and he's going to look down at King-Queen offsuit. He is off an 18 big blind stack. He goes with the limp this time. We've seen him kind of mix and match between limps and raises on this final table. Tamer's got ace-4. See him kind of pondering whether he wants to put in a raise, but he elects just to call, play this hand from the button. Offsuit ace-4, happily taking the low variance route. Corey completed out of the small blind, calling with 10-6 suited, and Nick checked his option with 8-4 offsuit. And now monster flop for Michael, Queen, Queen 9, rainbow board. Could easily see Michael slow play here, but he could also bet for value. Michael did go for the check. Tamer puts out a stab, betting 100K. Now it's just a question of call or check raise for Michael. There are a couple of straight draws out there, but fortunately for Michael, holding the king, the most obvious straight draw of 10 jack, could get there but also improve you, so he might continue to slow play.
He is going to call.
He does, yeah, does just call, hoping that Tamer's going to keep betting. Turn 7 of clubs is one of those cards that doesn't complete any of the straight draws. So a really good card for Michael. Tamer doesn't fall for the trap though and checks it back. Now river another 7. So the question for Michael is almost how much to value bet? That's 200K, and Tamer is holding ace high here. All the straight draws missed. If you're putting Michael on a limped hand like 10 jack or king jack, king 10, something that would call a, you know, 1/6 pot bet on the flop.
Yeah,
Tamer does
will
call.
it.
Makes sense. Tamer bet really small in that flop. There was 600K in the middle, and Tamer bet 100K. So Michael would peel on that flop with a lot of gut shot straight draws that obviously bricked out. And then if you have one of those gut shot straight draws that missed, the only way to win the pot is to bet. So Tamer makes the call with ace high. Unfortunate for him that, you know, Michael had a monster. But it was pretty much a boat or nothing. Tamer only had to pay 200K to try to win 700K that was in the middle. So thought he was getting a good price. Try to pick off a bluff. It's a pretty fortunate pot from Michael. Gets him up to 25 big blinds. Just an orbit or two ago, he was down to about 10. Now he's right in the mix. Hammer, the former chip leader, is now pretty much down with the rest of them. Very close final table at this point.
You see Nick now in the small blind, ace 10.
And it's probably a 3-bet shove territory for him. He's got 11 bigs. Tamer did open out the cutoff, which is pretty late position. Could be a light open.
And as you said, yep, there is the all-in from Nick. Tamer's going to...
I believe Tamer asked for a count.
Yeah, Tamer's going to get a quick count.
And it's about a 12 big blind shove, and Tamer's in for 2 big blinds. So it'd be 10 more to call. Pretty close. It's tough because now with everybody so close in chips, if he doubles up Nick, who is the only short stack kind of left, Tamer himself would become the short stack. So if you think it's a close equity decision, you might put in the fold to retain that little bit of chip lead over Nick. Being the short stack, obviously something you don't want to have happen.
Yeah, kind of a tough decision.
Yeah, in terms of chips, I mean, Tamer's only got to put in right around $1 million to win 1.6, so he's getting a decent price.
Gets it through.
But he does fold.
Again.
As the table points out, Nick.
Work, so I'm not going to be able to figure out what he's doing.
That's about the 8th time we've seen Nick 3-bet shove and get it through.
Yeah, he has definitely been doing that.
He hasn't had any major showdown pots, other than he obviously got it all in against Heather, which hit 3 bigs. But aside from that, we've seen him constantly be in that 15 or 10 or 20 big blind range, and he just keeps falling into these spots where it's 3-bet shove territory for him, and you see why it works. I mean, he's 3-bet shoved 8 times or so far, and every time he gets a chip up, stay alive, keep his stack healthy.
It is kind of interesting that he hasn't been challenged.
No, and the one time that he had to show his 3-bet shove was when he woke up with the ace-king, and Heather was off the 3-blind stack, and she had to call.
Yeah.
So the only time he's shown it, he had it. And all the other times, I mean, the reason you see the 3-bet shove work is because just like that hand, Tamer opening up with king, queen, really hard to put your tournament life on the line without a hand like ace-king, ace-queen. Ooh. So
wow, okay.
Well, we've seen Michael limp quite a few times. That's what I was talking about earlier, and I said we might see some of these guys start trying to punish it.
And Jason gets it through first time around.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's also pocket sixes with like they're around 20 big blinds effective. You almost don't want to play a hand like pocket sixes out of position on a raise. So he's kind of stuck to either checking out of the big since Michael limped, or just shove and take down those chips right then and there. We've seen Michael open his strong hands and limp a fair amount that you would assume is more speculative hands, and he's not going to call a shove with a speculative hand, so take it down. Now Corey with an interesting one. He's got ace deuce suited. He's in the hijack with about 20 bigs.
And as you mentioned, these chip stacks
He's
now
gonna let
are
it go.
really even.
Yeah, everything's very tight. I think that's why Corey lays down ace deuce there. I think in a normal kind of situation, that's a hand that you want to open with, but we've seen the 3-bet shoves. Everybody's really close in chip stacks. You don't want to lose a pot. Now, Nick opened up with Queen Jack, and Michael looks down at Jack 10. Both players obviously suited. So Michael defends his big with the Jack 10 of clubs. Nick has Queen Jack of diamonds. Flops ace 9-9. Not really anything for either player. If Nick elects to put in a C-bet, this is a spot where you can kind of down bet. But decides just to check it back.
A third 9.
Yeah, third 9 doesn't change anything now, obviously. Both players are going check, check again. Neither one wants to bluff at it. Checks, and would imagine Nick's going to check back now. Queen high could be good a very large portion of the time. It is, and he takes it down. So in case the chip stacks weren't level enough, like you were just talking about, now they leveled out even more. Nick and Michael both at 20 bigs. Nick was the short stack with 14, so
yeah,
he's really running close.
Let's go ahead and show you how even these things are now. Look at this. I mean, Jason, 30 bigs for him. Then look at the gap in the middle. 24 bigs, 21 bigs, 20 bigs for Major and Nick. And Kelly Joe, I mean, this is how card dead he has been. He was the chip leader to start off this final table, and now he is the short stack at 14 bigs. It's kind of...
he came in with, in terms of just actual chips, too, he's at 1.4, 1.5 million. He came in with a little over 3.
Yeah.
So he's just been blinded down and 3-bet to death. And we're going to see a walk to Tamer.
And as you mentioned, yeah, the times Kelly Joe has tried to open up, Jason's been right there, just either 3-betting or just going all in.
And when Kelly Joe woke up with jacks a little while ago, Michael correctly folded the 8s. That was kind of Kelly's shot to get a huge pot. But with everybody so tight in terms of chip stacks, it's really hard. Nobody wants to make a misstep. I mean, even if Kelly Joe is a short stack, but if anybody doubles them up, they become the short stack. So real close here, and the pay jumps start getting big, and everybody's real tight.
Yeah, just an example, the pay jump here, whoever does get eliminated in 6th place, they're going to be taking home $10,449, whereas 5th place, I mean, it's over a 3K jump, $13,705 for 5th place.
Yeah, so the jumps start mattering a lot more and more at this stage, and let's say you're one of those guys with 20 bigs and 3 other people have 20 bigs, you can just say, well, if I get 1 big hand and double up, that might be 2 or 3 pay jumps worth. So, might see everybody kind of playing a little snug for a minute, see if anybody wants to step out and try to take advantage of that.
You might not even better than you're not.
If not, it'll just kind of come down to who chips up versus who chips down first. Kelly folds pocket 4s under the gun. An ace king for Tamer on the button. So he's going to wake up with a monster. Obviously, he's going to open it up here. We've seen him open from late position a lot. That's why we saw Nick 3-bet shove him not too long ago with the ace-10. But unfortunately for Tamer, this time neither of the players wake up with a hand of the blinds, so nobody 3-bets him this time when he could have taken it.
All right, so we got another dealer change. Got Kirk Hoppin back in the box. 6 players still remain. We did just show those chip stacks. Again, let's go ahead and show you the remaining payouts that are up for grabs. There it is, the first place payout, $49,853 for first place. Right now, the next elimination happening at 6th place is going to be taking home $10,449. The elimination so far, Hang in 9th place, taking home $4,985. Heather taking 8th place, $6,301 for her. And then Brett, who was our latest elimination, $8,064 for them. So, yeah, playing it down.
I appreciate everybody joining in, watching tonight's stream. Thanks for hanging out. Everybody that's commenting both on YouTube and Facebook. Appreciate the interaction. Kelly continues being frustrated, looking down at 8-6 offsuit, facing it all in. In case anybody wasn't up to speed, this is a $600 buy-in. It's our main event at Best Bet Jacksonville, located right there in Jacksonville, in Florida. We had a total of 529 entries. Made a prize pool of $264,500. So, really good turnout, over double the guarantee on this one. Now there's only 6 people left.
Yeah, $600 buy-in for this tournament, as Mike just mentioned. And right around the corner for us as well, in August, is the Card Player Poker Tour, August 10th through the 21st. Details of that series is already up on the website. The main event being a $1,700 mystery bounty event. It's going to be a lot of fun to check out.
Yeah, $300K guaranteed on that mystery bounty. Opening event itself is a $400 buy-in, $100K guarantee.
Yep, 6 flights in that tournament too, so a lot of opportunities.
In addition to the events themselves, I know the satellites are on the website listed as well. So if you want to be like a major over here, satellite yourself into something. Make a final table. Really excited for that mystery bounty format. It's just so much more fun.
Yeah, it really is. The times we've had it too, it's been such a different environment in the room whenever the mystery bounty is going on.
Just kind of brings that party atmosphere. You know, you can win. You know, if you pull the big bounty, it's almost first place money. So it's like you can win first place by just knocking one player out at the right time.
Or if you're like Tyler, you take the first, second, and third highest bounties, 50K, 25K, and 15K, and your day's set, basically.
Unfortunately for me, I don't think I'll ever be Tyler. I'm way more of a Mike than a Tyler.
Fair. Speaking of Mike, Michael is going to go ahead and fold his King 4 after Nick put in the raise.
Yeah, we're seeing, after all those 3-bet shoves off of kind of a shorter stack, Nick is suddenly kind of emerging as one of the chip leaders on this final table. I mean, that chipped him up to about 24 bigs after that take, and probably puts him right around second in chips. Yeah. He's been navigating the pre-flop decisions really well. Hasn't had to go to post-flop too much. And full turn of Kelly Joe's got an open shove off of 11 bigs with ace-10 suited.
1.185.
Unless Tamer wakes up with a hand, Kelly's going to take this one down.
Thank you.
Yep, sure enough, Tamer has a snap fold. Tamer picks up a little bit of chips. Or Kelly, rather, picks up a little bit of chips. I know we're just talking about tournaments, but if anybody out there is interested in cash games and promotions, we have both Christmas in July looming, as well as a shared promotion tomorrow at all 3 properties.
How's it what?
In case any of you are itching to get out there and play tomorrow, I know I would be if I could. It's straight from 12 to 12 all day, all 3 locations, $1,000 every 30 minutes.
First time in my life.
And if tomorrow's too soon, looking ahead to July, there's a really big giveaway down at our St. Augustine location. It's on July 8th, where we're doing lucky seat giveaways, drawings for a Harley Davidson, as well as cash. All of that'll be at St. Aug on July 8th, starting at noon. And then quickly after that, it's going to be the 12 Days of Christmas. Always a fan favorite every summer.
And Mike, I heard you're a bike guy, and I heard you have one of those road glides, right?
No, that's definitely not me. Definitely not.
Yeah, actually, when we had our last meetup game for the Best Bet Live crew, I had a chance to see that road glide in the middle of the room. Looked pretty sharp,
yeah?
Looked pretty nice.
I mean, I would definitely like to win it, but I do not currently own any sort of motorcycle or anything like that. Obviously, winning something like that would be pretty awesome, though.
It would be. It would be pretty sweet.
Not even one or break. Rotate break.
All right, so here we go. Next hand coming up here.
Okay.
Yeah, while we were chit-chatting, we did see it fold around a Tammer in the small blind who limped, and then Corey just open ripped with ace-king. So, again, it's been a dynamic where Corey's kind of getting the best of Tammer in the blind versus blind.
And again here, small blind, ace queen.
Yeah, another monster for Corey, yeah.
And he does rip it all in. And Nick with only 6-4 offsuit in the big blind, you know where that's going.
Straight to Muckville. So Corey's really been winning the blind versus blind battles. Hasn't been too active in many other pots, but I mean, when you can win your blind versus blind, you're gonna stay alive in a tournament for a long time.
Also, guys, we do have about 10 minutes remaining in this level here. The next break is actually scheduled at the end of this level. It will be a 15-minute break. Just a heads up, we will be taking that break with them when they do take their break here in the next 10 minutes, and then we'll be back in about 15 minutes. So just hang tight with us, bear with us when we do go on break. It's still a little over 10 minutes away from now, but just kind of giving you guys a heads up that a break is coming shortly at the end of this level for these guys. But we do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching with us. Again, a little bit of a late start for us tonight. Started our final table action around 10 o'clock. The final day itself did start at noon, and here we are 12 and a half hours later. We see Nick on the button raising up to 225,000.
So just over min raise. Jason would presumably peel here with 10-7 suited. They are both about 20 big blinds effective, so easy spot to peel out of the big.
Ace 6-4 flop.
Yeah, pretty bad flop for both players. It's a matter of, does Nick want to put in a C-bet, given the fact that came ace high. He does bet 200,000. Jason's gonna have to let it go. He had no backdoor flush draw of any kind. Ace high board really favors the pre-flop raiser. Just gonna have to let it go.
That's cool.
Small big blue blind.
Kelly Joe taking off the Creekside jersey.
Yeah, feeling the pressure, feeling the heat. He's not used to being the short stack, I don't think.
Well, and again, it's just the worst way to become the short stack. He's just been basically just blinded out.
Death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you said too, this game they started up at noon for the day 2 restart, so it's getting a little late. Let's see who can keep their mental wits, 13 hours in. It's definitely not easy to stay 100% mentally aware.
And here's Kelly Joe ripping it all in with pocket trays.
Yeah, Nick opened up from the cutoff with ace-5. We have seen Nick be pretty active, so you could kind of assume Nick's opening a little bit light from late position. Wow, what a call by Nick.
It is a call.
A little surprised to see a call by ace-5, but it is correct.
Deuce King 9. Trays are holding. Ace on the turn.
From Nick, but it is a diamond.
Oh,
Kelly with a diamond.
Completes.
So Kelly Joe with a monster double up. Basically, him and Nick flip-flop positions in terms of chip stack.
Wow.
So Kelly suddenly has a real stack, and Nick becomes the shorty.
I didn't know if you caught what just happened. Kelly Joe takes the hand, and he immediately took the Creekside jersey off his chair and just threw it across the room and said, "That shirt's bad luck."
He snapped doubled up as soon as he took it off.
Yeah, exactly. What a big double up, though, for Kelly Joe for diamonds to complete like that.
Yeah, you outflop your opponent, and then he turns the ace, and you just river the diamond, save your life.
But don't worry, Creekside guys. Kelly Joe still said Creekside is #1. He did say that.
Yeah, it's just the shirt. It's just the shirt.
I'm about to fuck y'all up now. That was just one hand without that jersey.
And any excuse for Kelly Joe to get some confidence is pretty dangerous.
And now Nick's going to go all into pocket 8s.
Yeah. Definitely an open shove off of about 11 big blind stack for Nick. Just back to what he does best. Going all in pre and taking it down. He'll just, ship right back up all over again.
That hand definitely did wake up the chat. See a few people going, wow, ouch.
Oh, yeah. It was a doozy. Ray says, Nick, that wasn't necessary. I was a little surprised to see Nick put in the call with ace-5. I mean, I know Kelly Joe's one to mix it up and isn't afraid to stick it in light, but not sure how Nick knew to call with ace-5 there.
But that is a scary thing, though. You gave Kelly Joe life.
I mean, the confidence is almost more scary than the chips.
Yep.
Folds around Jason the cutoff. He's got ace-7 suited. He put in the raise.
Good plan. I knew when that ace hit the turn, I said,
He opened up to 230. It's a little over min open. I've seen Tamer fold King Jack out of the small blind before. That was against some earlier position opens. This situation, we see Jason from the cutoff later position. Tamer will put in the call. Now Corey getting a really good price with King 10. It's a hand that can be easily dominated given the positions and actions so far, but he's getting better than 4-1 on his money here to put in the call. He might have to see a flop for that cheap. He does lay it down though. Fortunate for him since Tamer has him dominated with a better king. And with the stacks the way they are, everybody's about 20 blinds effective. Every blind matters.
Tamer here will catch a king on this flop.
Yeah, like I said, if Corey was in there with King 10, this would have been trouble for him. Jason does put in the C bet. Tamer checks it over to him, knowing that he's most likely to put in a continuation bet on a king high flop. Tamer's going to put in the call. It's a pretty safe board for Tamer to only call rather than raise since he's holding the king of hearts. Your opponent obviously can't have king X of hearts if you're holding the king of hearts. Now for Tamer, it's a question of do you want to bet or check again?
He is going to bet 325 here.
Yeah, I think the bet makes sense given the fact that, let's say Jason had ace-jack. You don't want to let him get a free card if he checks back that turn with like the ace of hearts. You'd rather charge him for that kind of a hand. Also, it kind of defines Jason if he does have a king. Because now when Tamer bets 325 with the front door flush coming in, wow, what a rip by Jason.
Whoa, Jason.
Everything I said just went out the window. But if you assume Jason has a king, like let's say Jason has king queen and has you crushed, he can't have the king of hearts. So he obviously couldn't have the flush. I think that's why Tamer was trying to charge his own price. So this is a really weird line, especially given the fact Tamer holds the king of hearts. What's Jason shoving with? Other than let's say pocket aces with the ace of hearts. There's not a lot of hands we'd see Jason shove with. Maybe ace king with the ace of hearts. I think even if you have one of those hands, you'd only call the 325, play it safe, go to the river.
Yeah, what a weird spot for Tamer here.
Yeah, I think if Tamer doesn't have the king of hearts, it'd be a pretty quick fold, but just trying to think over this hand. What can Jason have, and why would he shove?
Yeah, because as you said, the only things that make sense is having some type of hand that has the ace of hearts in it. Whether it's ace
but
king
even
or
in,
pocket aces.
Honestly, now that after I said it, thinking about it more, if you have the naked ace of hearts, Tamer gave you a pretty good price to just call and try to realize your equity.
Oh,
there was
fair.
almost $1 million in the middle, and he bet 325.
It's going to get through. Tamer's going to fold.
It's almost as if you're Jason's trying to rep something like 8-9 of hearts or something, a low flush that just wants to protect and take it down.
See how I got this fucking high-low player. Oh shit! Don't move.
Well, he did. He did just.
That was,
Yeah, he did just kind of give a tell that he
Very
blocked it
powerful
without
shove.
showing the hand.
Very powerful shove. I mean, that kind of goes back to who's going to be the first person to make a move, given how close they all are in terms of chips. Like we were saying earlier, everybody was really, really close, you know, between 15 and 25 big blinds. Nobody wants to step out of line with the paid jumps.
Oh my God, guy, act on your hand.
And Jason just, I think, used all of that to his advantage and said, you don't want to bust here,
Yeah, long enough to go to sleep.
so you can't call.
A whole sleep, not a nap.
Yeah, 15
Go
minutes.
somewhere and go to
You're on the
sleep.
hand
So
here.
what a move by Jason.
I'm on break now.
Yeah, we're on break now.
Okay, yeah. So this is going to be the final hand before the break, as it looks like we have entered the 15-minute break. So we'll be taking that break with them as well.
One's going to be in the 6.
Yeah. So there we go. Break is going on now. So yeah, like I said, we'll be back in about 15 minutes or so. So hang tight with us, guys. We'll be right back. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. 15-minute break. We'll be coming back live at about 12:55 is when we'll come back. So again, guys, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. All right, guys, welcome back. We're getting ready to get things going again. The players are starting to make their way back after their 15-minute break. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, our card room manager of Best Bet Orange Park. As the players are making their way back, let's go ahead and update you real quick. This is the way the chip stacks look. Jason 33 bigs, Kelly Joe at 26 bigs after that big double up that he got earlier from Nick. Major, Tamer, Michael, and Nick are your remaining 6 players here on our final table. And again, a look at the payouts left here. This is what they're playing for. First place up top, $49,853. The next elimination will be taking home $10,449. So here we are getting things back going again. The blinds are up as well. 120,000 ante, 60,000 small, 120,000 big. We're getting back at it, guys. But yeah, some wild hands that took place with Kelly Joe completing his flush for the big double up that he got earlier. And then, of course, the bluff of a lifetime from Jason to kind of wrap things up before we did hit our 15-minute break, and we're back at it. Mike, yeah, it's been a wild game, though.
The chat's still talking about that shove from Jason taking down the monster pot against Tamer. Crazy good bluff. Crazy good bluff. And Jason's right back at it. Opens up under the gun. Ace-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, everyone in the chat was saying that Jason probably with the play of the night so far.
Here we see Michael shove over Jason's open. Took it folded right back around to Jason. It's an interesting spot for him. We haven't seen Michael get out of line too much, so it makes sense why Jason put in the pretty quick fold. Michael's been, I wouldn't say tight by any means, but he's been pretty coy, playing, his big hands fast and his medium hands a little bit slower. So for him to 3-bet shove, definitely looks pretty strong. We haven't seen him do that at all this evening yet. So I quickly fold it around to the button. See what Nick wakes up with. He does have an 11 big blind stack. Fortunately, he's got Jack-3 offsuit, so not a hand he can go blind stealing with. And Kelly looks down at garbage, so Jason gets a walk. I don't think anybody wants to battle with Jason after what we've seen in the last hand.
Well,
definitely not a guy you want to mess with.
Between him and Kelly Joe, who had that big double up earlier from Nick when he rivered his flush.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the seating arrangement now, it puts Jason in a really good position since he's got position on Kelly Joe. Obviously, Michael being the short stack to his left. He knocked Tamer down a peg with that last hand, so he's kind of got position on the guy with the most chips that could do damage to him, and he doesn't have position on some of the medium stacks. Pretty good spot to be in if you're him. He can really abuse the guys behind, especially as long as Nick is over there with like a 10-11 big blind stack. Michael and Tamer with their 18 and 19 bigs don't really want to go to war yet. Rather see that short stack bust out and get a pay jump. So we did see Jason call out of the small and Michael check his big on this hand. On a king-queen 4 flop. Jason's going to bet out with his middle pair, and Michael's going to snap fold his 10 high. Just an easy takedown for Jason. He shouldn't see too much resistance out of like Michael in these kind of spots, so he can kind of just bet his hand and take the chips without too much trouble.
And you were mentioning the pay jumps earlier. Again, 6th place prize money, $10,449. 5th place, it's a $3,000 jump, $13,705 for 5th place. And those ladders are going to get higher and higher, basically, with the jumps that you're going to see in these payouts.
Yeah, the jumps start getting pretty significant. So nobody wants to get out of line and get busted by any means.
I see Major under the gun here with pocket 7s. He's got about
even this
17
spot's
bigs behind
pretty
him.
tough. We saw Kelly Joe like in a similar spot earlier before his double up where he had pocket 4s under the gun, and he had to fold off an 11 or 12 big blind stack, which people might wonder, you know, is that correct? Unfortunately, it is when you look down at a pair and you still have to fold.
Tamer in the big blind, pocket trays.
Might be tempted to 3-bet shove. Obviously, he's probably a little frustrated with how things have been going the last little bit. But Steady's going to go set mining. He is getting about the right price to do so because he's out of the big blind.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Set over set.
Sorry to see you go, Tamer.
That's rough.
Not sure how he doesn't lose all of his chips on this hand. Flop did go check, check. Obviously, both players trying to slow play their set. Such a dry board. It's like the turn is a, you know, deuce. So, obviously nothing changed on the turn. Both players think they have the nuts. And it does go bet, shove, call real quick.
First one ever wins.
They both think they have the best hand, that's for sure.
You guys don't flip them over here. It's a negotiation.
Oh, man, yeah.
Oh my God.
So, what a crazy bad sequence of events for Tamer.
Yeah, gets bluffed out and then just gets out-flopped and set over set.
Yeah, set over set. I mean, that's just an absolute cooler. Obviously nothing anyone could do to avoid that one. I don't care who you are, you're putting all your chips in.
You want to get rid of by some guys, you say?
Yes, that's exactly what I said. What do you think we do up in your yard?
Wow.
Well, then.
I have 1.6.
So now Corey is going to jump up to being the chip leader after that elimination. It's a huge, huge chip up for Corey Major. He's going to have the chip lead with 5 players left. Tamer with maybe the cooler of the day after being the victim of the bluff of the day. Not two things that you want to, you know, hang your hat on.
But yeah,
Really
there
rough.
it is. Tamer, 5th place money, $10,449 that he is taking home for finishing in 5th place. Good stuff to him.
Still not too bad, you know. In for the $600 buy-in, out for a little over $10,000.
And
Could be worse.
And you got a quick glimpse of it, as you mentioned. Major is now your chip leader at the table after that one.
Put that man on payroll.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty big chip lead too. Jason was the chip leader. We can see there with 28 bigs. Corey jumped up to like 35, and you got still got a couple of short stacks. You know, Michael second shortest with like 15 bigs. I believe Nick has like something like 11. So really good spot for Corey Major.
Yeah, we'll flash those chip counts again real quick here for you. Yeah, 33 bigs for
11.
Major, 30 for Jason. Nick now, your short stack at 11 bigs with 5 players remaining here on this final table.
So yeah, it looks like a couple of people joining us since we came back from break. This is a $600 buy-in, 100K guarantee that destroyed the guarantee. I got up to $264,000 in the prize pool. We're here on the final table, 5 players left. We're coming live from Best Bet, which is located in Jacksonville, Florida. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Getting a little late, but definitely worth checking out. Been an eventful final table for sure. And when it folds around this Major in the small blind, he just calls with 8-9. Nick's gonna have to check back his queen 6.
125 and 6.
So I was a little surprised Major didn't put the pressure on pre-flop, but he's deciding to do so on the flop. Really dry board, and he's able to bet and kind of force Nick's hand with how short Nick is. Spot where Nick, pretty sure his queen high is good, but can't put the chips in with how short his stack is at this point. Which is a great spot to be in if you're Major. You get to play some kind of small ball, slowly chip up, and with how shallow everybody is. I mean, we saw a lot of like 20 big blind stacks. He's the big stack with just over 30. When you're able to steal some pots with 2, 3, 4 big blinds in it, you really get to extend that chip lead fast. Jason under the gun with ace-9. We are down to 5 players, so we're going to see under the gun ranges open up more and more. A lot different than back when it was 9, 8-handed.
And that's exactly what you're seeing with Jason, bumping up to 240K.
Yeah, if this was a full table ace-9 offsuit, might be a fold under the gun, but effectively the under the gun position is the hijack at this point. Folds around to Nick, who's got to let it go, and see Kelly Joe quickly fold behind out of the big. Unable to defend with ace-deuce offsuit. So Michael's going to quick fold under the gun, and Major looks down at 10 deuce. Pretty easy fold for him. And Nick on the button with an ace. Most likely an open shove here from him. We've seen him all in about 800 times tonight. And this is the first time he's really run into it. Kelly wakes up with ace-10. Kelly put in the snap call with ace-10 suited. We have seen Nick open shove and 3-bet shove a lot tonight. He's navigated his short stack really well, just running into it this time. Flops 9-6-4, so not a lot of opportunities. And there's the check mark for Kelly with a 10 turn.
10 does come.
So Nick is out in 5th place. Kelly Joe with a big chip up, so now it's him and Major are going to be the two. Actually, him, Major, and Jason are all kind of up there. Michael's going to be stuck as the lone short stack. Yeah, we see Major, Jason, Kelly all with pretty similar stacks, and Michael with half of them. So it's going to be tough navigating for Michael. But it's also interesting for the other 3. Neither one can really bully anybody else around. Everybody, they're also close.
Yep, and there you see Nick taking home $13,705 in 5th place, and we are now down to our final 4. 529 entries in our main event, and our final 4 here on the final table. Kelly Joe's going to bump it up to 250,000 on the button here. Jason,
I would say Nick navigated really well on this final table, prior to his elimination.
Sure.
So if anybody's watching and they want to learn how to kind of navigate these final tables with 10 to 20 bigs, I would go back and watch how Nick open shoved and 3-bet shoved, especially in their early stages of this final table.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to sustain and just be able to outlast as long as he could.
Yeah, he put a lot of pressure on the medium stacks. He was on the shorter side, but he was able to take his 10 or so bigs and put pressure on the 20 big blind stacks really, really well. And picked his spots. And sometimes you don't want to 3-bet shove light, but you're supposed to. And he did that a lot to stay alive to make it all the way to 5th. Here we just see Michael fold his small blind. So he's slowly chipping down. He lost his big blind and a small. That puts him down to 12 bigs.
Yeah, as I say, it's going to be pretty interesting to watch what Michael does here, given his position being the short stack now. And the other three players you're up against are over 30 bigs.
Yeah, it's not a spot where he can sit back and kind of hope for an elimination from another player. He's kind of alone on an island as the short stack now. You know, when you have 12 bigs and there's somebody else out there with 15 bigs and another guy with 10 bigs, you can kind of maybe take a more passive route and hope for some pay jumps, but it's all on him now. Speaking of, he looks down at King Jack suited after Jason opened the gun.
Yeah, King Jack on the button.
Yeah, interesting to see if he wants to just 3-bet shove it right here. Or would he rather just call and take it in position?
260, let's call.
He does just call. He wants to play this hand in position. Looks like the blinds get out of the way. So it is just going to be Jason and Michael heads up. And the flop 7 tray. 2 diamonds. So Michael does have the flush draw. He's in position. Jason was the pre-flop aggressor. And usually in these spots we've seen Jason continuation bet. This is another spot for him to do so. He's utilized a lot of down bets in these dry flop kind of situations. See what size he goes with. 225. About a third pot. And Michael stuffs it pretty quickly with his flush draw and 2 overs. And he gets to take down a nice pot. And just like that, he bumps himself up to just about 20 big blinds. So he's got a stack of 19. That was a big step towards closing the gap between him and the other 3. Now action's going to start right back on Michael before he even finished stacking all of his chips. Looks down at King 9 and lets it go. Major's going to fold the button. And action's on Kelly Joe, the small blind. He's going to let it go as well. So Jason takes a walk. Good little rebound for him. You lose a pot, and then you immediately get a walk. It kind of feels like a little bit of reprieve.
Yes, it does. I know you think it's a pleasure every time, right?
Yeah. It's a privilege.
I need 10 more. Yeah, I'll let them.
And Majors looks down at Queen Jack under the gun. But he lets it go. Action on Kelly on the button. He's going to fold his Queen 8 offsuit. Jason looks down at Ace 8 suited out of the small blind. Trying to get an eye on Michael's stack. It's right around 18 bigs.
I think he announced 400. Yep.
Yeah, so raising it up to just over 3 bigs. Kind of puts Michael in an awkward position, even though he has a decent looking hand and he's in the big blind. You know, calling 3 big blinds off a 17 blind stack is a little tough to do. But he does put in the call. He does get to play with a suited hand in position. Flops ace deuce 6 with 2 hearts, so it's ace high, which gives Jason the pair of aces, but it does include the flush draw for Michael. And on the last hand these two played, Jason c-bet a flop, and Michael shoved with a flush draw. See if it happens again. This is an ace high flop, which might make Michael not want to shove as much as the last one. But there it is. Shove for Michael with a flush draw after a small c-bet from Jason. It's pretty much the same as the last hand, but this time Jason's got a pair. So here we go. A big pot for the chip lead.
And there's still quite a few hearts left in the deck for Michael to complete his flush, and he does.
There it is, right on the turn.
Oh, and then Jason Rivers 2 pair, but it's already done.
But just like that, we saw Michael go from all alone as a short stack to the chip lead in about 3 hands. 2 all-ins, and he gets it done. Just chipped right up. That was huge for him. Big for Jason. He played it perfectly. You know, put out the small C-bet, correctly called the shove. Jason will be left with about 8 big blinds. It will be his button on the next hand, so he's not dead yet. I know 8 big blinds obviously doesn't sound like a lot, but we just saw Michael skyrocket from 12 up to 38 in the span of 3 hands, so things can move quickly.
The flip side for that, though,
rebound.
The flip side for that, though, is Jason went from 30 bigs to now 8 bigs.
Yeah.
Ugh.
We'll see if he can rebound. Obviously, he doesn't have to sit right in the big blind or anything on the next hand. Whew. That was a doozy.
Yeah, as he said, nothing you can do about that situation, though.
Maybe you're gonna be the 120 twice, man. And Mike's gonna be the 60 when you get what seconds. That's a cool.
All right, so Kelly folds on the gun, and now it is on Jason on the button. Again, he's working off of the short stack now. He does ship it. And it's going to take the blinds.
I see you in the Facebook chat, Jacob.
So we do see Jason take down a pot right after taking the beat. If he can find another one, he'll be right back in the mix. Won't be this one, looking down at 10-3 off. He's going to let it go. Action over to Michael. He's got 9-4 on the button, so we're going to see a fold out of him.
See Johnny Pham getting rid of a lot of the smaller chips and putting in the what we like to call the Don Johnsons.
I gotta be 70. Everybody got chips, but ain't nobody got all the chips.
That's on Major in the small blind. It's kind of 5 deuce off.
When you have a flush draw with no pair outs, you got 9 outs twice.
And he is going to let it go. So Kelly Joe gets to take a free walk out of the big blind. That puts Jason in the big blind. Again, he's the short stack after doubling up Michael. So a little bit of pressure on him. Operating off of about 10 big blinds.
Some people don't believe that. So.
Major looks down at pocket 5s on the button.
I asked you, you're the dealer, I believe. I said to him, he questioned everything I said. I punch him in the face. That's why I don't even ask. All in over there.
And he's going to just open shove. Makes his decisions easy the rest of the way. And both blinds snap fold. Major just take it down. Pretty good spot for Major to raise large or obviously just open shove. Kelly has to have a really, really strong hand to call given the fact that the short stack is behind him. And obviously the short stack has to, you know, wake up with a hand that can call you. Even if he does, you're not out. You would just go from 35 blinds down to 25 blinds.
Okay, yeah, I don't even go to them.
Here's
This is
the
the only
120.
one I go to.
Yeah, he's the big blind over here. You go ripple, ripple, shuffle.
I actually live in Gainesville actually, so I'm not out here all the time.
I need 120 back twice. You're the big blind. Once again.
Oh, a little bit of a tail, fella.
So as you see, we are down to our final four here. Again, fourth place payout money is going to be $18,195.
Give this man 2 points.
Jason is going to go ahead and go all in with 10-7 suited.
Yeah, these are the spots where Jason's going to have to shove a lot of hands.
And then I owe you 10K for both of these, and then it's an all-in.
Again, it's about a 10 big blind shove, and you know, in this spot, Michael has 34 bigs. He can't call too light. It's not like he's a monster stack with 80 big blinds. You know, every decision is going to matter a lot at this point. So, pretty much Jason's easiest way to start building a chip stack is to just open rip it. Hope nobody wakes up with a monster. And honestly, even if they do, when you have like 10-7 suited for a player to call behind and have a monster, it's got to be, you know, ace king, ace queen, king queen, something that you're not, you know, getting dominated by super often. Obviously, they could have ace 10, but aside from that, you're not overlapping too much. So you'd be drawing live. All right, Corey gets a walk in his big blind.
Mike, just let you know, you got a yellow one hiding. Got 2 of them hiding.
Oh, get hurry.
Appreciate everybody watching with us, tuning in. Anybody out there rooting for anybody in particular, let us know. The off chance you're just tuning in and you're unaware, this is a live tournament from Best Bet Jacksonville in Florida. Down to our final 4 players in our main event of the Swing Series we just hosted across all properties. This one's being played at our Jacksonville location. It was a $600 buy-in. There was a $100K guarantee, but it ended up getting a little over $250,000, $264,500 in the prize pool.
Let's see blind on blind action. Jack 10 offsuit versus 5 deuce suited.
Yeah, it looks like Major min clicked with the Jack 10 and Kelly defends with the 5 deuce. Major does flop top pair. He's going to continue betting. Bets 250. And Kelly's going to have to fold. Let's it go with his 5 high. So a couple more big blinds from Major. Gets to extend his lead a little bit. Him and Michael were neck and neck for the chip lead. That puts Major probably closer to like 37, 38 bigs. Michael's hanging around 34, 35. We'll see Jason in the big blind this hand. Jason is our current short stack. So every time it's his big blind, that's when we could see some interesting things start happening. The other 3, you know, with the pay jump implications, might be a little bit more coy to go to complete battle until the short stack's eliminated. We're going to see Major open it up from the button here with Queen 8 of hearts. Kelly's got Jack 10 suited. We've seen Major open a lot of hands recently. Obviously, Kelly, being directly on his left, is feeling that, so he puts in the 3-bet with that Jack 10, and that's going to take it down. So a good spot for Kelly to pull the trigger on a 3-bet. Chip up without seeing a flop. See people in chat rooting for Kelly Joe. A couple people rooting for Major.
Yeah, I know earlier there was a lot of support for Major in the live stream.
Yeah, he's a very, very regular tournament player. Seen him grinding satellites in tournaments for, better half of almost a decade at this point.
Well, and you did
Our
say
early
so.
chat was Early chat was that he was due for a win, which
Yeah.
I'm inclined to agree. Last big score he had was in 2016 in one of our WPT deep stack events. He got second place for 75K back then.
Nice. Yeah, I was ready to
Aside
say,
from
you
that,
guys
we've seen deep runs, but not that first or second place, just knocking on the door, which
yeah, I was about
obviously
to
it
say,
takes a lot of skill to get that close over and over again.
yeah, I was about to say, it's what you brought up earlier. And he's doing well so far, obviously.
Yeah, he's definitely got some experience. He's made some final tables, been around. Kind of got home field advantage, I would say, here at Best Bet, because that's where the majority of his play is from. A lot of the bigger tournaments.
So Jason's going to go ahead and rip it all in. King, queen offsuit on the button.
Yeah, an open shove for 10 big blinds.
Yep.
And that's why you see the open shove work. Major's got to lay down ace-6. He can be dominated a lot by better aces, and he doesn't want to risk a third of his chip stack.
How you guys gonna go to pizza after this?
Looks like we got one person out there rooting for Michael. Haven't seen a lot of those yet, so it's good to get everybody represented.
Well, I know everyone was kind of starting to sway to Jason a little bit, too, after that big bluff he got through on Tamer about 30, 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty gangster bluff. Got to give him a lot of credit for it.
Definitely might be the play of the night on the live stream for sure with that bluff.
Yeah, I would say as far as like really good plays go, that was definitely up there.
Candyman Joe says, I'm rooting for Jacob to do a 4-way all-in cool. I mean, he's done that before.
It's not going to happen this hand. We got an interesting one, though. We got middle pair for Major, and Michael's got a gut shot with flush draw. And these three players are the three players who are deep. The short stack is the one who folded, so none of these guys want to bust to the other one. See if anybody wants to, leverage that situation at all. ICM implications are pretty big in this kind of spot. Turn 5 of clubs. It improves Michael to the better hand, not in the way that he may have been rooting for. Obviously, you prefer to hit your straight or your flush in this spot. Action does go check, check. River 8 of diamonds. Both players are kind of happy to take their showdown value, given their actual hands. And Michael's going to scoop this one with his pair of 5s. Definitely could have been worse for Major. Let's say, turns an ace of spades. Would have lost a lot more chips, but Michael gets the chip up. Kind of retake the chip lead with that pot. See 2 quick folds, and now it's going to be on Kelly in the small blind. And he's just going to jam. Jason was operating off of about a 10 big blind stack. And Jason looked down at some garbage, throws it in the trash can, and we're on to the next hand. All right, we got a second person in there rooting for Michael. Looks like everybody's pretty well represented at this point. Glad to see there's fans of each player remaining, tuning in, rooting for their guy. Now Major with a 8-9 suited. Easily see him open the suited connector. Do have to worry a little bit about getting a 3-bet shoved on by the short stack. Obviously, you don't want to call off 10 big blinds with 9-8. Did open and everybody folded. probably the desired result when you got, you know, got 9 high. You either want to just take it down pre or out flop or outplay them once you get to the flop. Don't want to see a 3-bet by any means. Yeah, Earl Crosby said third time Kelly has had pocket jacks. It's definitely true. It's the only big pairs we've seen him get. A lot of pocket jacks for Kelly this evening. And looks like Major's going to get a walk, so that's back-to-back pots for him. Nice to build the momentum back up. He just lost a little pot to Michael a few hands ago, and then immediately he gets to get all those chips back. Plus, he's through his big blind. Build the momentum back up towards yourself. He's going to fold around a Major in the small blind. Now he's got the pocket jacks. He bumps it up. And Kelly's got 8-9 suited. He's going to defend his big blind. Flicks in the call. Two are going heads up to a flop. And the flop's a doozy. 9-8-7 rainbow. So top 2 for Kelly. Major with overpair plus gut shot to the straight. And it looks like Corey's maybe trapping by checking it over to Kelly. Kelly immediately fires 300,000, about half pot. And we see Corey reaching for chips. It could be a check raise incoming. There it is. He raises it up to 900. Kelly is all in, and Major's going to call. Monster pot here. It's going to be a massive chip lead for whoever holds.
Yeah, that's a big one. Look at this. 7.3, almost 7.4 mil in the middle.
Turn tray of clubs. River 10. Oh. Corey Major gets there.
Oh, that's rough.
Massive, massive pot in terms of equity. That's going to eliminate Kelly Joe. Came all the way back. Instead, we're going to see Corey Major with a massive, massive chip lead going to the final 3.
Wow.
See Jason in the background giving a little fist bump. That's obviously really good for him, getting the pay jump. He was a short stack. He had about 10 big blinds. Everybody else is 30. And now he sees an elimination, and he gets a huge payday out of it.
You covered him? Yeah. Nice hand.
Wow, wow, wow.
It's a brutal spot for Kelly Joe. Nothing he could have done there. He got it in with top 2 pair.
By like a smidge.
Just coolered on the river with the straight completing for Major.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways Major could have gotten there as well. I mean, obviously, better 2 pair if like the 7 paired, 10 gives him the straight, Jack gives him trips. I mean, any running pair on the board would give Corey its better 2 pair. But not much anybody could have done. Might have played out a lot differently if Major went with the lead on the flop instead of the check. But once he check raised, he's kind of committing himself.
Too many chips, man. Look at that wall.
Yeah, that was a rough one.
Yeah, so now we're gonna see an overwhelming chip lead for Major, and it puts him in the position to put a lot of pressure on the other players. He can leverage that chip stack, especially against Michael. As long as Jason's in with like 10 big blinds, you could just punish that medium stack. And here we see
next hand. Yep.
So every button Major could just open shove as long as Jason is still short. Because if Jason folds, Michael, from an ICM perspective, can't call almost anything. You have a really short stack still in, a really big pay jump looming. You're not going to stick 30 blinds in when there's somebody with less than 10 blinds.
And just so you can see how big the jump is, there you see Kelly Joe, $18,195 for him. Third place money, $24,446. for the next elimination.
Yeah, so that jump from third to second is huge. So if somehow Michael puts himself in the position to get eliminated, it'd be you know, devastating for him given how short Jason is.
Still good enough.
So Corey is able to, you know, abuse that as much as he wants up until they're down to heads up.
And for everyone that was saying they were pulling for Major to win this one, momentum definitely on his side. You definitely believe in that in poker. Momentum is definitely in his favor. As we are now down to our final three here with Jason, Michael, and Major.
Pretty quickly, we see Major take a walk. Obviously, neither player is going to bluff into him, and for Jason, it's just waiting for an actual hand to get it in with. You know, he's so short now. Action starts on Michael here. He's reaching for chips. He does raise. Up, and after Corey folds, Jason's going to stick it in. We're going to be off to a run out between Jason and Michael. Like I was talking about there, Michael's opening from the button into Corey was obviously a really strong hand. He had ace-queen. And he flops ace-queen 7. Turn 8, Jason's open-ended, a little bit of life. But river 5 is going to knock Jason out in third place.
Good playing with you, buddy.
Oh, yeah, man. Good playing.
Jason navigated this final table really well. He has the bluff of the night for sure. He was 3-betting Kelly Joe left and right to chip up over and over and over again. And he just got into a cooler situation with Michael to basically chip him down earlier with like 4 or 5 left. But up until that point, Jason was cruising with the chip lead. Played it really well, kind of from start to finish. And there we're going to see Major versus Michael. Mano y mano. Going heads up for the main event championship. They're going to get the chips set up, probably bring the trophy out. And Corey's going to try to get a very big win. Hasn't taken one down outright in quite a while. Everyone says he's due. Mario Harper in the chat says, "Told you my boy was due." I think we're all believers now after seeing the run out with those pocket jacks. There we got the trophy in the middle. We have the trophy for the main event champion here at our Swing Series main event. It was a $600 buy-in. Prize pool ballooned up to $264,500 after 529 entrants. Really, really good turnout. Really good event. A lot of support from everybody tuning in. Really appreciate that as well. Happy to be able to bring this to you live from Best Bet Jacksonville here in Florida. Wouldn't be able to do it with all of you kind folks tuning in, chatting with us, watching with us, somewhat rooting with us.
So I see we are now down to our final two, and yeah, there it is, Major and Michael, our final two players. Major almost, not quite double, but close. 51 bigs
chip
for
lead
him.
For sure.
Michael with 30 bigs. As looks like Jacob and Kirk are just taking a little bit of inventory here, just double checking, making sure all the chip stacks are correct. As we are heads up now for first place money. And surprisingly, there has not been any discussion about a chop at all. I know I've seen a few people asking about it, but no, they have not discussed any chop applications at all. But here are the payouts right now. First place still up for grabs, $49,853 for first place. Second place is going to take home $33,233. Jason, who was the latest elimination, taking home a pretty good third place prize of $24,446, and probably with the play of the night where he bluffed Tammer out of a big hand.
Yeah, definitely a great bluff by him.
Yeah, definitely was a bluff that did basically sent Tammer on a downward spiral as he does finish in fifth. But we've had some.
I think it's easy. It's easy to get caught up in the results and say, Jason came in third. Like he should have, you can get the if, coulda, woulda, shoulda won.
Right, yeah.
After the bluff. But say he doesn't pull that bluff against Tammer and he gets those extra chips, he would have been eliminated when Michael hit the flush.
Yeah.
Rather than coming in third place, he would have gone out in fourth or fifth. So there was a direct result in terms of some financial profit based on that bluff. I mean, those pay jumps are huge.
And the other thing too with Jason though, during the final day, earlier in play, he was a short stack for a large amount of time, and he was playing on the same table as Tammer for a pretty good portion of that day. And
maybe he picked up some reads on the bet sizing.
Probably, but he was able to work his way back up to a relatively respectable size for when we started our final table, 9-handed.
So what I put in 80. You sure you don't want to concede? Huh? You sure you don't want to concede? Concede what?
Well, there's your shop discussion.
You guys were asking.
These guys want to win. And honestly, if I'm Corey, I'm probably playing for the win. He's got a nice amount of chips. I think he's got some more experience in his tournament history as well.
Yeah.
So I'll take my chip lead and my experience, and I want to win this thing.
Well, and as you mentioned, the last time he got a pretty big placing like this what was it? 2016, you said?
It was 2016, and it was a second place finish in a WPT deep stack main here at Jack's. So I'm sure there's also a little bit of that maybe sitting in him. I want to win an event. You get down to a heads up in a previous event, and you get second. That's going to stick with you for a while. I've been there. I've come in second place in something, and I want to win the next time I get to that point. So even if they do some sort of chopper save, I would imagine Corey wants to play for something and win the trophy and take it home.
Second place.
33, I think.
That'll be like 37 for you. 37 for me. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like there's some discussion here. Majors.
Yeah, I think Major was offering him a little bit of more money to just concede and take second.
Right.
To say, I don't think Major's taking anything but first.
Yeah.
It's like we can negotiate you taking second right now. That's it.
So Major says he would take $45,000 and the trophy,
which would give a couple about 5,000 more.
Always wanted to do this. So okay, let's play it out. Let's play it out.
Yeah, and then Michael says I've always wanted to do this. So
yeah,
I think both players really want to win. How often do you get to play heads up for a championship outright?
Exactly.
Sure, they're a little tired, but the adrenaline's pumping when the trophy hits the table.
Oh yeah, especially our trophies that we have for our best bet tournament series. Whenever we have those, they're pretty good trophies.
Yeah, I really liked the graphic for the swing series as well. So would love to win one of those. The main event trophy is different than the other events. It's obviously a little bit better, a little bit bigger, as it should be since it is the main. As you guys heard, Corey was offering, I'll take 45, you take 38. Looks like Michael's more in the tank about the offer.
All right, so yeah, the money is like that. We're playing for the trophy.
Sounds like they made a deal. I call the tournament director, Johnny, over to confirm.
Yeah, you guys can hold up.
So it sounds like just like that, they're gonna shore up. Second place takes a little over 38,000. Corey's gonna be named.
5K, and then he gets whatever.
He's gonna take the 45,000.
And then they play for the trophy. I'll take your cards.
So they're actually, what they're discussing is Major will take home the 45K, Michael will take the remaining, and then
just a tad over 38.
and then they'll play for the trophy.
Yeah. They both want to win it.
Right, they both want to win the trophy.
So you get 38.
That just seems weird that you would decide the money.
It's almost like an ICM chop.
Sorry, I'm off plus
No, yeah, it gets difficult. It gets a little much.
Right.
Raising out is 380. Call 380.
All right, well, while Johnny does run through everything, we'll continue play here on the table.
Up comes king high for Major here. Michael's got middle pair with the pair of sixes. It's like Michael's going to lead. And Michael is going to take it down.
Man, we gotta put another one.
Yeah. That changes a lot very quick. There's stuff.
Again, 529 entries in our main event, down to our final two here with Michael and Major.
Big blind. Small blind.
These guys have been battling for almost 14 hours today.
All of it.
All in. Make sure they get on the box square. I know, it's difficult. Oh. I kept it only 60 on it. I did big blind.
Chat asking, what was the fold about when Corey folded the king jack? I almost had to go back and double check that I didn't miss something because I'm not so sure either.
Yeah.
Definitely, everybody says weird fold, doesn't make sense. I'm not sure what happened there.
To be honest,
Can't imagine there was a graphic error, but
well, I think also maybe they weren't fully paying attention because they were discussing the potential chop.
yeah, I can't imagine in a normal situation Major would fold top pair
Yeah.
to one bet.
Neither would I.
Heads up.
Like, that's the only thing I can think of. It's still weird, but yeah, it's the only thing that I possibly could have been like, huh, okay. But yeah, it could have also, yeah, been a misread on our card readers too.
Hey guys, real quick, sorry. So we don't do that anymore as far as chopping up the money and just playing for the trophy. So
Okay.
whoever has the most chips after the chop is gonna get the trophy.
Let's just play it. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, so,
Oh, no chop.
yeah, no chop.
So we don't let you guys just chop the money and then just play for the trophy. Whoever's gonna win the event wins the trophy is the person who has the most chips and top picks. So
So we play this one game.
Let's just play it.
it's gonna play it out. Play it out.
Okay, so there you hear Johnny explain to him. So that is something we did change. We no longer do chop up the money and then just play for the trophy. It's whoever has the most chips and they chop gets the trophy.
Guess it makes sense if you think about the fact that somebody's going to lock up first place money. Like, say Corey took that 45K.
Right.
how is he not in first place, which is who gets the trophy?
Correct.
So there we have it. We're going to play on no chop at all. It sounds like they're just going to play it out. And Major's going to take down that pot. Let the heads-up battle begin. I think they were very talkative and fun. Now it's getting serious. So, see how they decide to open it up against one another, trying to take down this heads-up battle with no chop, trophy, and first place money on the line. See Michael limp the button, which is a small blind, 4 tray. Major checked his option. He then checks it over. Michael does bet 300,000. Major calls with 2 overs. And now King comes out, and Major checks it over. Michael checks back his bottom pair. River deuce, and Michael's hand's going to be best, so he'll take down a much-needed pot, close that gap a little bit between him and Major. If anybody's unfamiliar with heads-up play, the button is the small blind in heads-up. So the button will act first pre-flop, which helps balance out some of the positional advantage of acting last post-flop. If they got to act last pre-flop and post-flop, that'd be a little too much positional advantage. So the blinds are flopped. Did see Corey open from the small blind on that hand and take it down uncontested. Pocket deuces. So action will start on Michael at 10-9. He's going to open it up. You're going to see a lot of people open up from their button in heads-up play. Corey's going to defend out of the big. Flops 8 tray deuce. Not much for either player. 2 clubs on board. Major's going to check it over. Michael checks it back. Turns of 4 hearts, gives Major a gut shot, and he's going to fire at it after the check back on the flop from Michael. Try to take advantage of that weakness, and he's going to take the pot down.
It's kind of interesting. We're seeing a little bit of tentative play heads up here.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of the dynamic shift. They discussed a chop, kind of came to an agreement, and while everything was being verified, you know, you think you're not playing for anything financial at that point. You kind of loosen up, get chit-chatty, and then now that they've changed it back to no chop and they want to play it out, it kind of puts everybody back into that little bit of, all right, how are we going to battle?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe starting to feel each other out a little bit. Beginning of a heads-up match. Looks like Corey's going to limp his button here, 8 deuce. And Michael is going to check. Flops 8 high, 8, 5, 4, all diamonds. So top pair for Major. Gut shot straight for Michael. But given the fact it's a monotone board, Michael doesn't want to peel the gut shot after Major bets out, takes it down.
time you want to change your mind, man, and don't worry about the trophy, man. It'll take you more than take you 38,000, but no trophy.
Twice.
Oh, man, I want to play.
You want to play, huh?
I want to play.
Yeah, Michael wants to play.
Buck 60 twice. I'm trying to buck 60 to go.
But 60 to go.
Let's raise it. Let's go 480.
Yeah, Aaron, that's kind of what I was insinuating. It's kind of what I was thinking about.
Yeah, usually you want to see the person with more chips kind of start leaning on the shorter stack. Here we see Michael open with ace-king. Big hand for him, and Major looks down at 8-5 suited. Pretty good hand heads up. See if he decides to defend. He is going to put in the call. So they're going to go heads up to a flop with almost $1 million, a little over $1 million in the middle. Represents a good chunk of their stacks.
And look at that.
We get a 10-9 tray with 2 diamonds. So Major with the flush draw. Michael went a little large pre-flop, so he is going to continue. Makes it 600, which is right on half pot. I think Major could check a raise or call here. He's definitely not folding.
He is going to call.
I mean, Michael is showing extreme strength, opening a bit larger than we've seen. C-betting large.
The board does
Now
pair with the
Major's
10.
going to bet.
And Michael's going to go ahead and rip it all in.
There's the pressure we were talking about. Somebody was going to apply it. Now Major's going to have to get a count. I mean, he is on the flush draw. It's just a matter of price for him. He was trying to use a block bet there. Get to the river for cheap. It's a pretty good shove by Michael, even with the board pairing 10 coming out.
1, 2, 2.5, 2.6.
You know, and the board pairs with the top card. You can be easily afraid of your opponent having it. The price is not right for Major, and he's going to let it go.
Yeah, he does.
He has to assume that he's drawing only at the flush draw. Obviously, we can see the equities because it's 8 and 5 are live as outs, but in game, if you think you only have the flush draw, it'd be a little bit less.
Buck 60, buck 60.
Nick from Yuma says, what a strange play by Major to lead out on the turn. I think he was just trying to block bet, get to the river for cheap. If he checks it, he can get blown off of his flush draw, or he'd be priced in to call more than 600,000.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the 10 pairing. And Michael is showing a lot of strength pre-flop. So let's say he did have an actual, you know, overpair like pocket jacks. That 10's a kind of scary card for him, so it might freeze the action.
Well, importantly for Michael, he closes the gap a bit with securing that hand.
Yeah, that was a huge, huge pot. So that probably puts them a lot closer to even in chips than when they started, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Start with you, Mike. 160 to go.
Michael has to let that one go with the 9-5 offsuit. Give Corey a walk. Nobody wants to give a walk. Heads up, that's for sure.
480, 160 twice right there, Mike.
You don't think we would remember?
Are you kidding? You guys have been here since noon. I don't blame you guys.
Yeah, again, 14 hours these guys have been battling.
160 to go.
Fading.
Yeah, so if they seem a little quiet and tired, that's why.
Yeah, there was 67 players, I want to say, that was for a final day. And they are the last 2 remaining. Trying to play for that first place prize of $49,853. Second place is going to be taking home $33,233.
Yeah, you just gotta pay it one time. A little lucky, I'll give you a little discount.
Appreciate you guys coming through and hanging out with us. If you guys like what you're watching, make sure you hit that like. Make sure you hit that subscribe button on our YouTube channel. Almost at 9,000 subscribers.
Appreciate all of them. Glad you guys are enjoying the show, hanging out with us on a Sunday night.
Well, Monday morning now. Early Monday morning.
Depends if you're a night shifter. This is barely even Sunday night, but
yeah, fair.
My day, I didn't count the day as changing till the sun comes up, so
That's fair.
but if you guys are enjoying it, we do stream live cash games every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Thursday and Friday at 6 p.m., Saturday at 4 p.m. Games ranging from lower to 2 no limit, all the way up to as high as 25-50 on occasion. Here we see a Major take a really aggressive line with the flush draw. He does take it down. Get some of them chips back from the previous hand.
Monday afternoon in South Korea. Yeah? You're
All
well
right,
on
you
your
threw us
day.
a wild card we didn't see coming. Yeah, we always bring cash game action 3 nights a week. We'll have some tournament action back when the Card Player Tour rolls around here. Comes through in mid-August. First event starts up August 10th. It'll be a 400 buy-in, 100K guarantee with another televised final table.
Yep.
And then the following week we'll have our main event, which is a 1,700 buy-in, 300K guarantee with a mystery bounty format. So that one's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah,
There's
and for
all
that
sorts
day,
of cool aspects.
Yep, and for that day, it will be featured a final table because we will also film when the bounties are drawn.
I was gonna say, you gotta watch all the bounty getting pulled. The excitement is in the air. So you guys can look forward to, if you're only into the tournaments, you can look forward to that one right around the corner. Full live stream schedule for the cash games is up on the website for July, in case you want to check it out and pick which games you might want to be interested in.
Ace pairs the board. Major does have the check mark. However, Michael was going to go ahead and bet at it.
And Michael's showing some aggression. He likes taking down some of these uncontested pots. Seen Corey fold to the aggression a fair amount, so it's hard to imagine he's going to let this one go the way it played out, but he even thought about it. I got somebody in chat asking, when is the bounty tournament? It is August. The day one flights are August 17th, 18th, and 19th, all starting at noon. And then day two is going to be on Sunday, August 20th. So that one will be a lot of fun. We'll be coming to you on that Sunday for all the different bounty pools, the final table, the feature table. A lot of excitement around the mystery bounty.
Yeah, all the details are up on the website as well, bestbetjacks.com, for all the events when it comes to Card Player. It's also, you'll see a message from Nightbot in the YouTube chat that will circulate, that will have that direct link for you guys to click as well.
Yeah, the full Card Player schedule's up, including satellites, just in case you're looking for a cheaper way to sneak in. Maybe your bankroll's not as large. Right there, heads up, Corey Major. It's a very frequent satellite winner. Usually how he gets into these type of events, so you can satellite your way into the smaller events, the bigger events, whichever you please.
Yeah, and then Major's case here that we're just talking about, yeah, satellites his way to final table action.
Yeah, I think the satellites for Card Players start up in late July after the 12 days of Christmas pass.
Yep. Yeah, Christmas in July, of course, a big promotion coming up. And, of course, we'll also have more tournament play with what's happening at Orange Park on July 9th, a Sunday, as well, with it being the $300 GoPo single-day event.
Yeah, it starts up at 12 p.m. 300 buy-in, 30K guaranteed.
Cool,
Usually about a 12, 13-hour tournament.
It's cool that it's happening on a Sunday. That may give me a chance to go.
Yeah, I mixed it up on this one. Usually it's on a Saturday. Every now and then you just got to do something a little different. You know, not everybody has Saturday off.
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't really had a Saturday off in a couple of decades. So
it's definitely
so I've been
understandable.
there. I understand some people don't. So well, now we got a pretty spicy
flop. Yeah.
And major open ended, and Michael with middle pair. Michael's middle pair is the 9 of spades too, so he's blocking some of the combo draws that major could have with a pair and flush draw. And we did see Michael was the aggressor pre-flop, and now on the flop as well.
Ooh, turn card though.
That might cause Michael to bet a little bit smaller, which could keep major. Wow, it went all in for major. Michael did go with a small bet, and that caused Corey to check raise shove.
Wow.
And river 3 of clubs bricks out for major. It's a monster double up for Michael.
Big double up from Michael.
And that was a great turn size by him. Major read it for weakness rather than strength. Went for the check raise shove with his open and straight draw. And did not get there on the river. Obviously, from Major's perspective, unless your opponent has a 9, it's going to be hard to call a check raise shove.
3.4 on the dot. 3.4 on the dot.
And just like that, we're going to see Michael take a big chip lead.
Yeah, I was about ready to say, I apologize. I don't know how to pronounce the name. Kyojamal, you said it. I feel a Michael double up coming. That could have not been better timing.
They knew. It's crazy. I don't know much about Michael. I saw that he's had a few cashes recently. He did make a final table at one of our events in January down at St. Augustine.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, I couldn't really find much on him. But he is not afraid to play, that is for sure.
Well, he's definitely shown it. That's a big one for him. And just like that, the chip stacks have basically flipped.
Yeah, Michael's never worried about whether he had the chip lead or not. I mean, he was actually a pretty short stack when we were down to 4 players. Even 5 players he was short. He navigated the final table to get to this point with never really having a chip lead.
All right, well, Major goes all in again.
Corey's going to go all in. And Michael's going to call. So it's ace-5 versus king-8.
This could be tournament potentially.
If Michael hits.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, my gosh. Wow. Are you serious?
That is
wow.
insane swing of emotions. I don't know if you guys could see it, but Michael saw the king in the window, started celebrating. Then the ace came, immediately deflated. Then 8 comes, back to inflated. That was a roller coaster of emotion for both players.
Well, chips go.
Jeez.
Chips go. Right back to Major.
Yeah. The ups and downs in that hand were pretty ridiculous. What a run out. Holy cow.
That was a wild one.
4-1, 4-2, 4-3.
Whew.
4-4.
Sheesh. So now Corey turns around and has the chip lead again.
I must have missed the memo
Goes
where
back and
I guess
forth.
I must have missed the memo where our dealer Jacob, I guess, now has a very high hourly wage. So we're keeping this going.
Wow. Well, that was kind of crazy.
Yeah. A wild one.
I know Country was talking about it a little bit before that hand began. The 12 Days of Christmas coming up at Jacksonville.
Yep.
Starts July 12th. And it's the date plus 2 zeros every day, high hand, every hour. And then aren't you guys giving away some sort of cruise along with it?
Yeah, during the Christmas in July, every once a day we will be giving away a card player cruise package that's worth $3,144. And I know Johnny was in here last time kind of talking about it. Those cruises are pretty fun.
I feel like he was alluding to the fact that if anybody won it and didn't want to keep it, he was willing to pay a finder's fee or something of the sort. There's usually people looking to buy those cruise packages. So
Yep. All right.
You
so
can
Michael
win
did
it and sell it.
Right, exactly. Michael did go all in with his pocket fives, and Major did fold king five. So, yeah, we're keeping it going, guys. Again, we are playing until a winner is crowned for our main event in our Summer Swing Series. Appreciate everyone hanging out with us. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, card room manager at Best Bet Orange Park.
At Orange Park, one of the 3 locations we have. We're coming to you from Best Bet Live. This live table is in our Jacksonville location.
Yep.
All of our locations in Florida, Jacksonville being the primary. I'm over in Orange Park, and then we have a 3rd location down in St. Augustine. In case somehow you didn't hear about it earlier, in St. Augustine, they have a Harley, in addition to thousands and thousands of dollars being given away on July 8th.
It does go check.
Yeah, Michael with middle pair. Corey with just king high. He's going to have to let it go. So like I was saying, we're giving away a Harley at the St. Augustine location, as well as some drawings for $1,000, I believe, every hour. There's some lucky seat giveaways, opposite parts of the hour. So it's going to be a pretty crazy fun day down there on July 8th. Starts up around noon. I think it goes through till about 8:30. A lot of money given away, including a Harley Davidson.
And, of course, what you're watching right now, final table action, heads up here with Major and Michael, playing for that first place prize of $49,853.
This is our main event of the swing series that we held across the month of June. And Major with middle pair and Michael with flush draw. So both players with a decent hand here. Major was the pre-flop raiser and then elected to check it over to Michael on the flop of Queen 5 deuce. Michael put out a pretty sizable bet, going 3/4 pot.
Yes, sir.
So Corey is going to call. This pot's getting bloated up to $2.5 million.
Board does pair now.
Which gives, I would assume, gives confidence to Major that his 5 is good. But now 8 of hearts on the river for Michael. And when Major checks, Michael goes for the overbet shove. Really polarizing his hand. He's saying either I have a really big made hand or I missed. Which makes Corey Major have to think it over. He does have a 5. So if he's bluff catching, he does have a hand to do it. He's holding the 5 of hearts, which blocks some of the 5-6, 5-4 type combinations. Obviously also ace-5. But he does sniff it out and lay it down.
Yeah, it does let it go.
And Michael takes a nice pot. Yeah, Nick from Yuma says too greedy about Michael's sizing. Now, I will say if he puts Major on a queen, then it probably gets paid. So he went for the gold. If he knew Major's exact hand of a pair of 5s, then obviously he would have gone smaller. But yeah, like you say, Nick, 1.5 million gets called. I agree. Well, I'm just assuming that Michael is targeting top of range.
Let's go 660. 660.
Here we see Major limp with 9-6, and Michael's going to punish the limp and go big. We're seeing Michael increase his sizing over the last couple of hands.
And the chip stacks have evened out again, too. As we are heads up.
Heads up in our Swing Series main event. It's a 600 buy-in. 100K guarantee that crushed the guarantee. Got to a little over 260,000 in the prize pool.
Yep.
Raise it up to 480 from the 3.
See Mike raise it up. He's got King 6. Major looking down at King Deuce. Lets it go. And Nick says it's always easier when we see the cards. Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely is. So much easier to figure out what bet size I should use when I can see my opponent's hand. Then I get in game and it's I'll bet something.
I'll just throw out a little bit something. Sean, if you just type in the command ! Payouts, you'll be able to see the payouts for our main event here.
Yeah, you got beaten to it by somebody else, punched it in for him.
Yep.
But there are the payouts. Almost 50K for first and a little over 33 for second.
It's not too shabby for a $600 buy-in.
Yeah, both players guaranteed at least 33,000 already. Playing heads up for the rest of it and that massive trophy in the middle of the table.
Yeah, 529 total entries for this main event. 67 players made the final day. Started at noon. And here we are, final table action. 2 players remain between Michael and Major. Blinds are going up now. It's a new level.
It's going to be 100, 200. Sean says that he just tuned in. Great tournament. Yeah, if you're looking for a good structure, this was the one for you. Day 1 lasted pretty long, and now day 2, obviously a lot of room for play since they're still heads up 14 hours later.
Yeah, as you see the blinds now, we are at 100,000 small, 200,000 big with the 200,000 ante.
Check.
Major's going to take this one down with just Jack high.
Jack high, good enough.
Or I need 100K out there for you. Let's start with right here. To the goal. Call.
Corey looks down at a king. He's going to put in the limp this time.
Say check.
And Michael checks his option. Flop comes 10-9-5, so bottom pair for Major, middle pair for Michael. Now turn 9 obviously gives Michael the check mark. Probably makes Major feel a little bit better about his hand as well. And Michael's going to play it coy, checks it over. Major flicks in 200,000.
And then a min raise.
And then min click by Michael. We've seen Michael go with a bigger sizing, so this small sizing's probably going to throw Major off. And now Major rivers a king to improve to a way better 2-pair. And Michael checks it. And so now Corey is going to bet for value. And Michael's going to rip with his trip 9s. And Major calls. What a check on the river by Michael.
Wow.
Yeah, Michael took a real bluffy line. And Major read it for the bluff and put in the call. And that's going to be a massive, massive swing. Michael's going to take an overwhelming chip lead.
What an interesting line. It worked out for Michael for sure.
Yeah, like I said, leading up to this, we've seen Michael use a lot of big sizing and some overbets when he had a hand. So for him to go very small, I think threw Corey Major off. We saw the check min click on the turn after no bets on the flop, and then the check huge raise on the river. I think it just, going back to that turn play, we haven't seen Michael do that with a big hand at all in this heads-up match. So it makes the river action look a lot bluffier. And Major went with his read. Unfortunate for him, it was incorrect on this hand.
So they're just double checking.
It looks like Major's going to be left with about 5 bigs to Michael's 60. Not impossible to come back. Going to be a little tough.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he still has a few chips left.
Yeah, people in the chat saying, you know, Michael turned down that chop after they found out about the trophy. So, good by him wanting to play it out. He definitely seems like he has some heads-up experience the way he's navigated this matchup. Kajamel says sneaky min raise really messed with Major there. Yeah, I think that's the piece of the puzzle that threw everything off a little bit. We haven't seen Michael play a hand in that manner, given his hand strength at all. So, doing it for the first time just threw Major off. Thought he picked up a read on the guy, based on how he's played the last, you know, half hour, 45 minutes.
And now Major with a lot of work ahead of him now, as Michael has all the chips basically.
Yeah, so we're going to see an all-in here pretty quick, I would imagine, one way or the other. Kyojimil says Queen Jack got there on the river, so Major could have checked back with King 5. I like him going for thin value on the river. As I know Queen Jack got there, but hands like 7-8, 6-7, 6-8, you know, Jack 8, all those kind of straight draws missed. It was limped pre, so you don't have to put him on a Major hand.
Oh, wow.
Now Major gets some life.
Whoa.
Major with a double up real quick.
What a flop for Major. River to full house.
So just like that, he's up to about a little over 10 bigs. Right around 10 big blinds for Major now. To Michael's 55, down to a 5.5 to 1 chip lead. Not impossible to come back. James says, I left for a second. How did Michael get the chip lead back? He won a massive pot where Corey bet the river for value, and then Michael shoved, and it looks like the way as played, it looked like Corey read him for a bluff and put in the snap call with his top pair. And unfortunately for him, that read was incorrect, and Michael is in there with a monster. But now he doubled up. Let's see what happens from here. See him right.
Yeah, we got another all-in and another call. So another heads up here. Major doing everything he can to keep it going.
Yeah, so we're going to be off to a run out. Ace-4 versus Queen-8. If Michael's Ace-4 holds, he wins. If Major comes back from behind, he'll have a lot of life.
But they both get flushes.
So Michael, the main event champion, the Summer Swing Series main event. Just like that, Michael takes down $49,853 plus a big old trophy. He wins it outright, no chop. Corey taking home $33,000 for his efforts. Both players in for only $600 in this event. So heck of a win by Michael. Crazy comeback heads up, too.
Yeah, big win for Michael. Congrats to him for winning the main event. And, yeah, awesome turnout for it. And, yeah, both players getting their flush and Michael winning it all. So congrats to him. 529 entries in this main event. And Michael is your champion. That's going to be it for us tonight, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching our final table of this main event. But we are going to go ahead and start signing off here for our dealers tonight, Jacob and Kirk. Mike, any final words from you?
I just want to say, thank you to everybody for tuning in throughout the course of the night. Appreciate all the feedback, all the comments. It was a lot of fun watching this final table. It was a good one.
Absolutely was. But that's going to be it for tonight, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We'll be back Friday night on the live stream with some 5-10 PLO that's scheduled. That should be a fun one if we were able to get that game up and running. But that's going to be it for tonight, guys. Again, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for liking, subscribing, all that fun stuff. We'll see you Friday night, 5-10 PLO. Until then, y'all take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the fun stuff. We'll see you then.